Plan your vaccine.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This morning on Today Food, what to do with all that summer produce. Local fruits and vegetables are at their peak right now. If you have some laying around, fear not. We've got some delicious ideas for you. Greg Backstrom is the chef and owner of Olmsted. It's a fine dining restaurant in Brooklyn. Greg and his team, including his dad, built and designed the space, which includes a backyard garden. And Greg's here to show us two of his most popular dishes on the menu at Olmsted.
Absolutely.
First of all, I know Dad's watching in Chicago right now.
Yeah, for sure. He's on the couch watching it.
How involved was he in the opening?
Well, when I finally was able to open up a restaurant, I didn't really have a ton of money to actually. I got the keys to the space, but didn't have any money to really fix it up. So I convinced my dad to come drive out from Chicago, and I grew up in an old farmhouse. So we took a lot of the old barn wood that was. The barn actually collapsed not that long ago from a tornado, and we took it all and we used it to kind of frame out the restaurant and build everything. And we just opened up another restaurant across the street from the first one, from Olmsted, called Maisonaki. It's French, and he did the same thing. He brought wood from Chicago.
That's
and
a cool
he
story.
built everything.
Thank goodness your dad's handy, right?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, what are we going to make today? What are we starting with here?
So at the restaurant, we try to really keep it flavors that everyone knows, but present it in a unusual way. So heirloom tomatoes right now are super in season, and so we really simply just cut them like almost into like a steak, right? So it's just like a big piece. Everyone right now is serving heirloom tomato salad.
Yeah.
So we take it, we have our heirloom tomato, we season it with salt and pepper, and we just very simply mix eggs and flour.
And we're going to make an heirloom tomato schnitzel?
Schnitzel, yeah. So the idea being that it's a hot heirloom tomato dish. Instead of just always a cold salad.
Okay.
So we coat it in this batter right here. It's very simple that it's just eggs and flour, and then we dredge this tomato in the flour, dunk it into the batter, right?
All right.
And then, like, that is what's going to make the flour and the egg is what's going to make it golden brown.
What kind of oil there?
So that's olive oil.
All right.
Whatever tomatoes that you can get, like the bigger the better, right?
What actually makes it an heirloom tomato?
It's sort of before it's been adulterated and turned into like a tomato that's meant for shipping and picked before it's ripened. It's like at its peak. It's grown for flavor, and it's like the original tomato. Heirloom just means it's the original.
What's the verdict, ladies?
Really good. You'd worry it would take away from the fresh, delicious tomato, but it almost enhances it.
I mean, honestly, we tried to just pair it with things. Like right now, it's very simple. There's still only 3 ingredients, right? It's tomato, flour, and egg.
What are these yummy sauces, though, that we're trying?
So it's, because there's a little toastiness to it, it kind of tastes like a pizza. So we just kind of paired it with things that kind of go well with pizza. So it's like a ricotta cheese, very simple. You can make it or you could buy it, but you just mix it with a little bit of olive oil and it thins it out to make it a spread.
Delicious.
Roasted peppers with some preserved lemon.
What a great idea.
And then the basil, just mix it with some anchovies to kick it up a little bit.
That's a cool take on a fried green tomato.
So
how long on each side? I don't want
2 minutes on each side, and then we kind of finish it with a little bit more some nice oil, some chives, and then
voila.
That's it.
Tasty.
Like you could just put whatever you want, how much if you want on it. That's how we preserve it. We present it like that, where there's just a couple of sides to the dish, and put whatever you want on it.
All right, let's start on this. We're going to start on this peach dish. I'm going to dig into the tomato schnitzel while you do that. What are we making here?
So again, super simple. I was in the Boy Scouts. We made a lot of peach cobbler. So it's just some peaches with some salt, sugar, some rum, some elderberry flower syrup to kind of make it a little bit sweeter, honey, and lemon juice. Then we take some zest of an orange.
By the way, it's a solid tomato, Greg.
Thanks. I didn't grow the tomato. I bought that one at the farmer's market. But so yes, very simple. We just take this. We put a used vanilla bean. You don't have to use any herbs that you have growing in the garden. We have a garden out back of our restaurant. You wrap it up, toast it, and they become nice roasted peaches over here.
It's a full stick of butter, huh?
There's a lot of butter in there.
Attaboy.
Not healthy.
Man after my own heart.
Absolutely amazing.
It's so good.
So, however, there is flax seeds in it, which makes it healthier to some extent. There's not a lot of flax
we'll go with
seeds.
that, Greg.
Okay, so it's just equal parts brown sugar, butter, and flour, flaxseed, salt, and cinnamon.
What does the flaxseed do?
Strawberry?
It adds like a toastiness to it.
We're going to food process it?
You food process it. Whether the butter's cold, whether the butter's not cold, it doesn't really matter. The trick here is that you just take what you have and you take like a wire rack that you have in your house, and you just push it through, and you have a nice mix, right?
Oh, wow.
So now
That's
it's
a pro
done.
tip.
You can't make it wrong. There's no way to do it wrong.
Like a little crumble, basically.
Yeah, so you just bake it at just like a cookie,
Yeah.
12 minutes, 350. That's it.
Next step.
So those peaches that are now cooled, you can very easily just you can peel the skin off, and you just cut it. That's that. You take the juices from the pan, you pour it over it, so it's really nice and juicy. And it's just, we make
simple.
peach ice cream at the restaurant, we make a jam at the restaurant. So Peach Melvin is always raspberry, peaches, and vanilla ice cream.
Correct.
Wow.
Fantastic. And it seems as if the crowd's
I'm
pleased.
Are you
in
kidding?
love. This
All
is
right.
delicious.
Delicious. Thank you so
Awesome.
much,
Yeah,
Ray.
you're
Congrats
very
on
welcome.
everything.
Today.com, by the way, /food. Today.com. So you want to say hello to Dad?
And Mom. My mom would be really mad at me.
How good Mom and Dad?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Okay, we are back with Today Food and our good friend, Wolf's mother, Valerie Bertinelli, who always delivers great recipes, and they're chock full of flavor, but we just like having Val on.
Yeah, we do. She always makes us smile. Valerie Bertinelli is, she's also there to help when things aren't going as planned in the kitchen. Take a look at her experience with Hoda on an upcoming episode of Valerie's Home Cooking.
Okay, so now we're gonna take our lemon,
Okay, cut it in half.
and then you just juice that right in.
This is awesome. This would be great.
Isn't it great?
For our cocktails.
Now you're gonna do the same thing with your limes.
Do the same thing.
So what you wanna do is when you put it in the juicer, take your cut side and put your cut side down where the holes are.
Oh, dude.
That's what you do.
No wonder it went everywhere.
Yeah, there you go.
This is amazing. No wonder why it was oozing out everywhere.
Have we ever seen Hoda cook?
No.
I was just about to say, you just got Hoda to cook.
Now we know why.
Valerie, you're the perfect
She can
person.
cook.
You're the perfect
She's
person.
a great cook.
How you been,
Good
by
morning.
the way? How you
Morning.
been? How's it going out
Very
there?
well. I'm very well. I'm a big super rock fan now. I'm the mother of, that's my favorite title.
I love it.
Wolfie's mom. So thank you, Carson.
Yeah, so by the way, while we're on the topic of Wolf, is he going on tour soon, A? And my follow-up question, Val, is the tattoo, is that new on his wrist? And what do you think of it?
Yes, he just got the tattoo a few days ago. And I'm very excited for him. He's so proud of it. He loves it. A lot of his band members got the same tattoo because they're all staying at his house right now. They're all rehearsing. They're going to be going on the road in 3 weeks.
Ooh.
And of course, I'm going to be at the first show.
It's going to be great.
Yay.
Front row.
There you go. Handing out
row.
pasta salad to
It's the
everyone.
band's emblem, like their
Yes.
logo on his wrist. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. All right, let's talk about
let's eat.
this pasta salad.
You got it. So it's a really easy summer pasta salad. During the last break, I put the broccoli in with the pasta water just so that it would just come to a nice little beautiful color. See how nice and bright green it gets? Yeah, so now we're going to take this out and put it into a big bowl over here. Oh. And you're just going to put it together, and it's so great because it's got no mayo. It's got ginger. I'm going to make the dressing right now. So it's got miso.
Okay.
A little bit of ginger goes in. And then we've got some soy sauce and some lime juice. and a little rice wine vinegar.
Wow.
Over here, some canola oil, and for a nice, bright, strong taste, a little bit of sesame oil, and then some sesame seeds. That's going to help break up the miso and the ginger. And then you just give that a quick, big shaky shake, like you're making a cocktail.
Probably gives it a different flavor profile too, you know, when you think of a typical pasta salad.
I like the approach.
Yeah, it does. It's nice. It's fresh. It's refreshing. It's a little bit different. I'm just going to add some veggies in here. So it's a really veggie-heavy pasta salad, which I also like because then I feel like I'm behaving a little bit, or at least getting more vitamins than I normally would.
There are never
and
enough
then
veggies
while the
at a
pasta's
barbecue.
hot, no, right? And while the pasta is nice and hot, you're going to get that dressing right on, and that is going to help it melt into everything. And there you go.
Valerie, what kind of pasta did you use there? What kind of pasta is that?
This is cavatappi, which I really love because it's got little grooves on the outside, and it's also got it's little tubes. So all of that flavor from the dressing is going to really cover the whole thing. It's really delicious. I wish I was in studio with you so you could try it. It's one of my favorites.
You serve that warm?
Yes, you can serve it warm, you can serve it cold, you can serve it room temperature. I'm also going to give a little bit more to the sesame seeds. I like a little crunch in there.
Good idea.
And then you can really just top it with some chives for some color.
So
a little bit more
without
onion.
mayonnaise or anything in there, I mean, this is a salad that could really just sort of sit out the whole day, huh?
Yeah, it travels really well if you're going to somebody's cookout. It's just a nice little break from all the ribs and the burgers and the hot dogs that, I don't know about you guys, but we loaded up on that over the weekend.
Tell me
Chili and all that stuff. Yeah.
Same.
Before you leave us this morning, I know you have something else to share. You're coming out with a book. Can you tell us about it?
I am. I'm so nervous about it, though. I mean, it's a very, very personal book. It's about, oh, boy. It all started on your show almost 2 years ago. My journey has taken me from, I just don't want to beat myself up anymore. Yeah. And I know so many women my age, younger, older, that we're so busy beating ourselves up that we just don't find the love and the wonder and the grace that are really within us. So I wrote about the past 2 years, grief, happiness, joy, finding joy, and I hope it touches some people's lives. It was a really challenging write for me, but it was cathartic.
Well,
There's
it's a great
also
title.
a lot of recipes in there because it's for me.
It will definitely touch people's lives for sure.
Enough already. That's
Valerie.
Yeah, enough already with beating ourselves up, right?
Yeah, that's a perfect title for that.
Cheers to
we love
that.
you. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
We are back with Chip and Joanna Gaines. We've been waiting for them all morning, but actually for many years.
Yes, we have.
They are one of the country's most recognizable couples, and here's how you know them. Chip and Joanna have been married for, this is your life, 18 years. They're the parents to 5 kids, ranging in ages 16 to 3.
How sweet. And when their show Fixer Upper premiered 8 years ago, it became an instant hit. It quickly popularized the style known as farmhouse chic, and it helped out Waco, Texas big time.
Yeah.
It put home renovation on the map. And after ending that show to take a little time out of the spotlight, they're back, babe, with their biggest project yet, and we're so glad they made it to Studio 1A to hang with us for a couple of hours. First of all, the biggest change of all is happening in that chair.
Look at this.
We need, we need a French braid.
Yes.
We need a little bit of
They
extra
said Chip
conditioner.
Gaines is coming and not Fabio. What's happening?
I like her style.
Yeah, talk to us.
I get this. It's like the rest of the country, sadly, in some ways. It's like nobody can agree on anything. You're either in this camp or you're in this camp. Well, Twitter is very similar in that regard with my hair. It's either you love this
Love it,
or you
hate
Well,
it.
let's
Wait,
ask-
what does Joanna say?
Joe's the one.
It's grown on me.
No, it has not.
It has, but yeah, I mean, it's grown on me. He's about to shave it.
Okay.
Really? I actually like it. I think it's cute.
But
Thank
I
you.
think
Well,
I'm
it's
going to
a-
miss it for sure.
It's a 50-50. You are either in one camp or the other.
Where do
There's
you come
absolutely
down?
no
I
in
say
between.
cut it.
She
I'm like,
I like
Right
it.
off the bat,
Cut
she
it.
goes, "Oh, sweetie," she was touching my face like my mom. I just don't like it at all. I need you to cut it.
You grew it out
immediately."
for a reason, though.
Yes.
I
right?
did, yeah. Well, twofold. I mean, it's evolved into a real philanthropic, and I'm excited about raising the money part. So that's kind of the back end of it. But at the beginning, I was telling Hoda this yesterday. It's like the pandemic hit, and it was just like we just cut that out of our typical routine, like probably most people, And so after it got a little longer and a little longer, I just was like, you know what? I'm going to go for it.
like it.
I mean, I'm going to grow this out. I was telling Hoda, it's like I like to continue to bring in like bucket lister type situations
So
into
he
my
can
life.
say,
And I was like, hey, when I die, I'm going to say, do you remember that season that I had that long hair?
Long hair.
And when I'm bald as a bat here in a couple of months after we shave it literally razor blade bald, then I'll say I've never been bald before either. So.
Well, you guys, we're going to talk about your kids. You have 5 of them, but you have a 6th that you're about to give birth to, and that's this.
It does feel like
this
that.
feels like
Little
your
Maggie.
6th child, a big
Little Maggie.
network.
Little Maggie.
How does the Magnolia Network feel on the big day?
It's this morning I sat there, I was in the bathroom and I was crying and I was like, why am I crying? It felt like I just gave birth. I always cry when I give birth, but it was like,
for sure.
This is a baby, 2.5 years in the making, and today
Tears
is
of
her
joy.
debut. So we're so excited.
It is, and it is years in the making.
Yeah.
I mean, so you've been pregnant with this baby for years.
Yes.
But because you kind of shocked the whole wide world when you left Fixer Upper,
Yeah.
because you left at the height of your popularity, which you probably figured out nobody does that. You were so popular. Your fans were devastated. They loved you so much. It wasn't at all clear that you were going to come back to TV.
Sure.
You weren't sure you were going to, but you came back because you got a whole network. So you're really doing all kinds of shows, but you're doing Fixer Upper. It's coming back too.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I think what we loved about the network was getting to highlight other people's stories. And when you meet the people on the network and you see their stories, I mean, when
Hoda
we
got
meet
to
with
yesterday
them,
and we all cried.
they're so passionate about what they
Passionate,
do,
powerful.
inspiring people. So we're excited about highlighting them.
Yeah, I mean, the people who you have on your show are all winners. And I was just thinking to myself, but you guys, you said something interesting. You needed a break to decide that you were going to go on.
Yeah.
And in that break, you guys were, I think, at a real low point, which surprised me to hear. I didn't know that. But what was happening in that moment?
You know,
sure.
5 seasons in, which really translates to 6 years of being on television or filming on top of our growing family and our business, I think we were just exhausted. And when you start getting in that rhythm of just doing and then you forget the why, which I think by season 5 we were like just showing up. And I felt like inside we were just kind of slowly, it was like, wait, something's not right inside. And so we both knew we need to step back and just kind of evaluate what we're saying yes to and the why. And so we just said for a full year, we're going to not take any call. We're just going to sit back, focus on the business,
And
focus on home.
sometimes that's the beauty in that opportunity that we were given. Because we weren't chasing that opportunity, it was sort of given to us. It sort of fell out of the sky. It fell, came in through the back door, if you will. Because we weren't chasing it, when it felt like it was no longer filling us the way we had hoped that it would at some point on that journey, it was easy for us to kind of step away from it because it wasn't like that was the net goal no matter what. But can you imagine somebody in law school wanting to be an attorney and then finding out as they're taking the bar, I don't know that I want to do this for the rest of my life. Well, you've committed to that place. For us, it was a little more like, hey, if this isn't going to be our future, then let's step back and let's go find out what that.
So what was that time at home? Like, what was that space? What did you learn about yourselves and your family?
So many people, I want to say this part, it's like so many people have experienced that the last year, and Hoda was talking about that. It's like people who thought going into the pandemic, oh my gosh, we're going to all have to click together and we're going to have to do this thing, click together in this additional space. Multi-generational families have come back together kind of for the first time, at least in generations, right? And it's like all this stuff has happened. We joked that it was like when the pandemic came due, like when it actually started, evolving, Joe and I were like, oh man, this last season has prepared us for this season. And it was like the sweetest season. I mean, it took a minute, obviously, because we were all anxious to do other things. But as we kind of started gelling and getting used to family dinners again and being used to just being together as a family, like playing checkers because we were a bit bored, we were just like, what a beautiful gift. It became a gift. Sorry. What were you going to say?
Nothing. I wanted to say you.
Y'all have a beautiful family. You're such hands-on parents. But I did love a little bit of advice, I think, Joe, that you have. A lot of kids are on their devices. And your son was on his a lot. And every time he felt a buzz, he checked his pocket, checked his pocket.
I think we do that all.
And you had a solution.
For sure.
Well, I think, as we
I'm sorry, hold on.
Right, exactly. We just created this.
It's my mom. Hold on.
Stop.
I'll call you back. Okay, I love you.
It's actually your hairdresser.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Finally. We have this little station where everyone charges their phone, and finally we decided, we don't like how our kids, they almost look like robots with, all of us. We're just like, when it buzzes, you've got to check it. And when they're reading, they're checking it. And it just became a house rule when you're at home. all the phones go on one spot. So if you want to check a text, if you want to check an email, you go to that spot, but it's not on your body. So it's like no phones on body. That's the rule at home.
That's good. Isn't that good? Yeah.
Real good.
But they're developing, they're growing.
Yes.
And as they're growing at 14, 15, 16, I don't want this to be part of what they become.
Yeah.
You know?
Brilliant.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stop me if you've heard this one. The happiest animal on earth is a goldfish because it's got a 10-second memory. You guys know it's from Ted Lasso. It's from the Ted Lasso, the American football coach hired to run a British soccer team despite having zero experience. Saturday Night Live alum Jason Sudeikis stars as the happy-go-lucky coach who would be nowhere without his trusty sidekick played by Brendan Hunt. Oh. Together, they're back for season 2. They're ready to bring heart and humor to the pitch, even if their record isn't looking so great. Take a look.
I'm telling you, all these ties are my fault. It's straight up celestial payback for the Man City game. There I was, wishing and hoping for a friggin' tie. And now the karma police are making good on showing me what I get when I mess with them.
The team's playing well, Ted. Just a little unlucky, that's all.
Unlucky? Yeah. Man, I love the way y'all use that word over here. Back home, if a team was playing poorly, we don't call them unlucky. What do we call them, Coach?
New York Jets.
You knew our crew was going to love that. Y'all, okay, there are very few shows you can walk up to someone and go, hey, have you seen the latest episode of Fill in the Blank anymore?
Yeah.
But Ted Lasso is one of them. Did the success kind of surprise you how it hit like this?
Absolutely, yeah. And even more so in a delayed way because we had all been in lockdown. And then we were getting rumblings of it, through the, Twitter and social media and whatnot. And then we went right into writing it and then acting in it and then, now editing again. So it was upon the returning to the States, it was like, oh, people actually watch this show. I forgot.
Do you guys write it together?
Yeah, just the two of us in a cottage we rent by the sea.
Every other letter. Yep. It takes hours. No, we have an amazing writing staff. Yeah.
Who was it that thought this was going to be a good idea? Because I know, Jason, this character was around a long time ago as some kind of a promo thing to...
Yeah, we did the commercials with our buddy Joe Kelly for NBC Sports when they were showing the Premier League here in the States. And then, Bill Lawrence, who created Scrubs and Spin City and Cougar Town, when he told the three of us that, this could be a TV show, that's someone that you're kind of who's forgot more television than we'll ever know. So we're like, oh, really? Well, okay, can we keep going? And then, luckily enough, Apple, who evidently does stuff more than television, had some money, and they were like, yeah, we'll pay for that, and here we are.
Brendan, how did you know this thing was a hit? When did you first realize, wow, we hit gold here?
The Twitter response built up pretty quickly, but once Brene Brown comes along and says that she likes your show,
is that what Brene was on board?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then she was on our friend's podcast, and she referred to me as a heartthrob in the weirdest way. which is now and forever my Twitter bio. Thank you, Brene.
Yep.
You know who else loves the show? Pro basketball players say they take life lessons from it. The Utah Jazz head coach called it like you should watch it. It should be must viewing for coaches. What'd you think when you heard that?
Yeah, we'd hate to make anybody do homework as adults, but yeah, no, you have to watch it. That's a coach. I mean, it was so flattering. I mean, so much of it is rooted in people that we've had as mentors or coaches, directors, partners. So, leadership was a big part of the ethos of the show. So the fact that actual leaders are listening to us pretend leaders, we've really pulled one over on folks.
So wait, this guy, Ted Lasso, was actually based on a coach you had. You were a point guard. You played basketball. Yes. You know the game.
Yeah.
Okay, and so, so who was the coach who you sort of based this on loosely?
Well, I mean, it was based on a few people. I mean, my father, that's where the mustache comes from, and him being a real, loquacious. And then my high school basketball coach, Donnie Campbell, it was a fellow from a small town in Kansas who spoke in those little aphorisms, like, Sudeikis, you look more nervous than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Like, here we go. There's my...
Is that you back in the day?
Did you get those from my mom?
Wait a minute.
It sounds like you have access to my mom.
You said the guy's name was Donnie Campbell?
Donnie Campbell.
Donnie Campbell?
It's a great name. Why, did you date him? Did you like
bombshell? Morning bombshell.
No one's more excited than Donnie Campbell right now.
Oh, you just went to a reverie?
He's like, wait, that's Hoda?
That Hoda.
Hoda Goldfarb?
Oh, my heavens.
From Lyons, Kansas, made it to New York City.
Hold on. I want to show you your Donnie Campbell. Take a look.
No.
Hi, Jason. This is Coach Campbell in Kansas City. Just a short reach out telling you how proud we are of you with your success you're having with the show Ted Lasso. We need to get you back in Kansas City, and we need to play some one-on-one because I know you can't play a lick of defense. Wish you the best.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So,
he would call me Jason Sudeikis because he said I had no D.
Oh,
yeah. He's clever that way.
So you two buried the hatchet, huh? That's
great.
great.
Yeah,
that's really nice.
You still have his cell number?
Stop.
You pass it on to me.
Now, what do you think of the fact that your old high school coach, these pros, everybody, I feel like these life lessons work for everybody now, the life lessons he taught you.
Yeah, no, I mean, they really do. I mean, he introduced me also, and by proxy, us and our writing staff, to John Wooden, too, the great UCLA basketball coach. It was a tremendous philosophy about working with others and, his definition of success. So, yeah, I mean, no one's got to be more shocked, honestly, than Coach Campbell. And I don't blame him. I did not do a lick of homework. I didn't play a lick of defense. I was a good listener, but I didn't listen in the moment. I just stored it all up and now using it, typing it out and then, memorizing it and then saying it to folks.
Well, I'm so excited for season 2. I'm kind of bummed because I read somewhere that this may only be 3 seasons long. Is that what y'all are planning?
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's our negotiation tactic.
What? What, Roker? Roker says,
no.
Can I tell you something? Roker introduced us to this show before anybody was watching it. Al, what do you think about just 3 seasons?
I think it has to be 4. Just to be even. You got to even it out.
There you go. I like that.
But why 3? Was there a reason behind? You think
that's just the way we conceived it.
Yeah.
Back before even Bill got involved, Joe and Brendan and I just sat around and that was the 3-act structure. We didn't invent it. It was just,
the way it was meant to be?
As of now, yeah.
We also assumed that we would be well tired of it after 2.
Yeah.
But no, we're not. Yeah. So that screws up the whole plan.
I thought it was super cocky of us to think we'd make it to 3. That was just swagger that has now manifested into, actually having to do it. It's frightening.
You remember what you wore to the Golden Globes?
I sure do.
Okay, that sweatshirt?
Yeah.
What are you going to wear for the Emmys? Do you have an outfit picked?
Oh, I don't yet.
No?
Believe it or not, I didn't put too much thought into that outfit either.
Why were you wearing that? I mean, I think it's super cute, but why did you decide?
Well, I mean, it was 2:30 in the morning for us. We were in the middle of our work week, and I didn't want to wear half a suit with I was wearing Lakers basketball shorts, I believe. And then it's my sister's company. She designed that sweatshirt, Forward Space, here in New York City. So giving her a shout out too.
Well, 20 Emmy nominations, most nominated freshman comedy ever. You all are on a roll. And by the way, Brendan, congratulations. You had a little baby.
I did.
Oh.
Yeah, in the middle of shooting that show in a pandemic.
There we go.
There's my guy. That's Sean.
Looks a lot like Coach Campbell.
You cannot date my son, Hoda.
Y'all are crazy. Okay. Jason, Brendan, I want to say thank y'all. Y'all are so much fun.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Two stars who've appeared in more than 100 movies and TV shows combined. We're talking about Luke Wilson and Brett Bassinger.
Well, Luke has starred in some of America's favorite films like Legally Blonde and Legally Blonde 2, where he played Reese Witherspoon's love interest, and then Fiancé. He also starred in the comedy Old School with Will Ferrell and in Charlie's Angels. This is just to name a few.
Yeah, he's been in a lot. And by the way, if you have kids in the house, they all know Brett. She was on Nickelodeon playing Kale in the School of Rock TV series, or as Bella in Bella and the Bulldogs.
Well, now Luke and Brett star in the CW series Stargirl. It's a coming-of-age story about an average American teenager trying to balance high school, family, and being a superhero, of course, all with the help of her stepdad. Take a look.
All in favor for ditching this vacay because we got like real work to do here?
Hold it a second. All in favor of a family trip that'll live on in our memories and our scrapbooks forever. Say aye.
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 2-2.
3-2. Pack your bag.
Yes! Traitor. Okay. Welcome, Luke and Brett. How are you?
Great. Morning. Good to see you.
Y'all, I have to say, we have a whole crowd of people that thought you were going to be here in real life. But I guess we're still Zooming it.
But we've got you big on the plaza.
I wish we were still there.
Yeah, we wish y'all were here too. Okay, and I say y'all because I'm a Texan and so are you. Did y'all bond over Texas?
Yeah, we really did. I mean, Breck and I.
Oh, Luke, go ahead, and then Breck, I want to hear your.
Well, sir, I was just going to say that Breck and I grew up, within a few miles of each other, and I think that we're both kind of very familiar to each other. But yeah, I love the fact that Breck and I are both from Texas. I think that definitely kind of drew us closer.
I love it. What about you, Breck?
No, I remember the very first time we met, which is actually the first time we saw the 16-foot robot in the show, Stripe. We saw it in person. It was our first time meeting as well. And obviously I knew who Luke Wilson was, and I knew he was from Texas. I know all the Texas actors. And I met him, and the first thing I went to was Dallas Cowboys. Let's bond, Texas.
Tex-Mex.
Let me tell you something. I feel like the Texas bond is strong. Anytime we're out here on the plaza and Jenna meets somebody from Texas, it's like an immediate connection.
I know. And in fact, Luke, I don't know if you know this, but our moms do yoga together.
What?
Yes. I know. My mom's a big fan of your mom's, and she's really loved getting to know her. But yeah, she speaks very highly of your mom and your dad.
Yeah, well,
I love it.
Same
nice
thing.
yoga conversation.
Yeah, yoga. His mom is an incredible photographer, by the way.
Really?
Yes, I took her class at Texas.
What?
Yes, Texas is
8 degrees of whatever. Let's talk about this dynamic duo here. Let me start with you. What's it like to be the father of her superhero.
Yeah, the stepfather.
The stepfather, yes.
Even more awkward?
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny. I mean, that's one thing that Breck and I kind of discovered working together is we were able to, I think, kind of find it was kind of written in a certain way, but Breck and I think we get along so well that we're able to kind of see the comedy in some of these scenes, and that even though in the show that she's playing a teenager, she kind of winds up being my boss as she becomes a superhero, and I become her sidekick, even though I'm her dad.
I love it.
So it kind of lends itself to some kind of funny situations where she's kind of giving me orders and kind of telling me what to do.
Yeah, that sounds like real life to me. And Breck, by the way, you were on your way thinking about college, and then you got this role.
Yeah, I was in such a weird place because I was coming off of a kids network, and I was in this transition period. And I was looking at colleges, and I got this audition. I wasn't even getting excited about it. Like, I wouldn't let myself get excited because I'd done that too many times in the past, and it didn't work out. That's acting for you. And then this one just panned out, and it has, like, exceeded all of my expectations. I had big dreams, but I never dreamed of getting to be a superhero.
Oh, I love it. I used to have this quote, God has bigger dreams for you than you can dream for yourself.
Oh, you need to sew that on a pillow,
I know. Breck is shaking her head. That's what this was. Really quickly, Luke, we heard you shot the season in Atlanta. Is it true you live with your brother, Owen?
Yeah, Owen was down there doing this Marvel comic show, Loki, and our schedules overlapped. So when I first got there, we were living in the same house together, which we hadn't done in a long time, but it was instantly like we were kids again, or like we were in our 20s when we first got out to LA. I mean, the only problem is he likes the house to be really cold, and I kind of like it to be warm. So
you're like
it was
a married
his
couple.
house, so I had to go to the hardware store and buy a little space heater. But he came into my room, and it was so hot. He said he felt like he was in a greenhouse in Panama. But yeah, I'd be in there just kind of lazing around in the heat.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us?
Yes. There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
He's either the most incompetent surgeon I've ever crossed paths with, or he's a sociopath.
Medicine mixed with murder. It's the cocktail behind the new Peacock series, Dr. Death. And it's as terrifying as it sounds.
I could have told you the guy was a hack. What did he do?
Dorothy Burke walked in all on her own, and now she's brain dead.
It's very closely based on a true story of a doctor in Texas, a neurosurgeon, who was a bad doctor and basically maiming and killing his patients and getting away with it.
Anna Sophia Robb plays real-life Dallas District Attorney Michelle Shugart. She teams up with two doctors played by Alec Baldwin and Christian Slater, and they work together to bring the corrupt doctor to justice.
I am passionate about this case. Well, really every case, but especially this one. She's phenomenal. She's so brilliant, and she basically took Christopher Dunch down. Michelle Sugar was definitely a fun character to play. When I walked on set, I enjoyed embodying that. You know, I would put on my little suit and I felt confident. I felt good at my job.
It's a job Anna Sophia has been doing since age 9, starring in films like Bridge to Terabithia and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
I'm the world record holder in chewing gum. I'm not afraid of anything.
In her teens, she channeled Carrie Bradshaw in The Carrie Diaries, a role that launched her career.
I had arrived at the beginning of my Manhattan love story.
And she recently added to her all-star resume playing a young Reese Witherspoon in Little Fires Everywhere.
It's interesting because kids now sort of want their success to happen immediately. What is your advice?
It takes a long time to find out what you really love. When I was a kid, I liked being on sets. I liked playing pretend. I liked the roles. But then I think when I really got to college and dug into why these stories were meaningful, it can be an empathetic way for people to learn about different ways of thinking and living, and then that opened up a whole new world for me in terms of why I like this.
In Dr. Death, she goes toe-to-toe with some Hollywood heavyweights.
What was it like, you know, being able to exchange lines with Alec Baldwin, Christian Slater, and Joshua Jackson?
It was intimidating at first. I had worked with Josh on Little Fires Everywhere, so I didn't have any scenes with him, but he's such a nice guy. And Alec, he's the best storyteller, and he does impersonations, and they've been working for so long. Christian is a total sweetheart. I very quickly felt comfortable, but I also knew I was like, okay, bring your A game. Don't mess this up.
What do you hope people take away from this show?
Get references for your doctors. I would say that, I guess. Triple check, don't just get a name.
We have a Hoda and Jenna quick quiz.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
5 questions. Okay. What is your go-to cocktail at an open bar?
A gin and tonic.
Do you have a motto you live by?
Love your neighbor.
What's the biggest celebrity you have in your phone?
My favorite is Reese.
That's a really good fave to have. What is your best party trick?
I can open a champagne bottle with a knife. You know, the like, ping. And it's not hard. Anybody can do it, but it is fun.
That is hard. Not everyone can do it. Don't sell your party trick short.
Finally, Anna Sophia had a little surprise for us. A special connection she and her boyfriend Trevor have to our show.
I heard that your boyfriend's sister is a big fan of Hoda and Jenna.
Yes, she's a huge fan. She did one of the intros a couple weeks ago. So she's a huge fan of the show. She watches every morning. She's thrilled that I would be talking with you today.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Please tell her thank you for watching, first of all. And also, please keep the videos coming.
Yes. Hi, Hannah.
And Dr. Death is streaming now on Peacock, which is part of our parent company, NBC Universal.
Scary. People will be watching that.
Watch it if you dare.
Yeah, I think we dare. We'll be right back after.
Hi, my name is Wes.
Hey everybody, I'm Elijah Walker.
Hi, Elmo's name is Elmo.
There are 2 new neighbors in the neighborhood. It is so great to meet you, Wes and Elijah, and Elmo, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you too, Mr. Roca.
While Sesame has always celebrated differences and diversity, a father and son tackle a tough issue, race. Why was it important to address race and differences now?
After what happened last summer, we knew that we needed to be more explicit about talking about race because children and families needed it.
With Sesame's Coming Together initiative, creating the ABCs of racial literacy, seeing the issue as Sesame always does, through the eyes of a young child. 5-year-old Wes and his meteorologist dad Elijah's experiences, but starting with the basics.
Elmo wants to know why Wes's skin is brown.
Oh, I know why, Elmo. My mom and dad told me. It's because of melanin. Right, Dad?
That's right.
Melanin? What's that?
Well, melanin is something that we each have inside our bodies that make the outside of our bodies the skin color that it is. It also gives us our eye, and our hair color.
Experts say children begin to notice the differences in race in infancy and start forming their own sense of identity at a very young age. So Sesame decided to tackle race and racism head on. One of the great things about Sesame Street is that people accept people for who they are. But Wes, there have been times where people have done things or said things that didn't make you feel good.
There was one time at my old school when I wanted to be the pretend guitarist, but they said that I couldn't be the pretend guitarist because of the way that I look, because people who look like me should be rappers because they rap the best. And that wasn't very nice. It made me feel really bad. But then I talked to my dad, and he told me that I could be whatever I wanted to be.
A study commissioned by Sesame Workshop of parents with kids ages 6 to 11 reported that 42% had personally experienced discrimination. Nearly 2/3 of those with black children reporting racist incidents. So to help, Sesame created videos like Breathe, Feel, Share to help kids have open conversations about race and racism.
Breathe. To calm down. Feel. Notice how I'm feeling and say it. And then share. Tell a grown-up what happened.
For the grown-ups watching, a guide to help with those tough conversations. Elijah, I've had to have difficult talks with my kids, but it's particularly tough when you've got to talk to a 4 or 5-year-old about race. How difficult is that?
Yeah, we talk about being proud of things. We talk about things that make us unique, and we talk about some of the difficulties that can come.
Were you surprised that after all this time, you still have to have those conversations?
I'm not surprised. I'm disappointed sometimes. But things do seem like they're getting better, but we want to make sure that we equip our kids with the tools that they need to talk about and to exist in this world.
Teaching these lessons through Sesame characters allows for a directness, a lack of nuance that young kids are looking for.
It was important for us to make sure that people understood not only what was right, which is what we were modeling, but also what was wrong. And so this initiative is trying to really represent that for children and to use language that families and children feel comfortable with.
And since Elijah and I share a fondness for forecasts, the weather report seems somewhat similar across the country. Ernie's Grove, Washington, 88 degrees.
A perfect weather to float your rubber ducky.
That's right. Grover Beach, California, 88 degrees.
And that's just super.
Bird City, Kansas, 88 degrees.
Oh man, I'd like to get out to the park and feed the pigeons.
88 degrees in Oscar, Minnesota.
Well, hopefully it'll get some rain. I know Oscar would love that.
Oh, that's so he's a weatherman, huh?
That's right.
I love that.
So,
that's cute.
And you know, it really is what's so special about this. You need to be able to have these conversations. And something like this helps parents, not just the kids, but the parents have those conversations.
And it feels warm. It feels safe.
Let me just get my cell phone and put it right here at the table.
Forbidden!
Forbidden? I can't use my cell phone?
We'll get back to these little etiquette experts later, but if their mastery of good manners at such a young age surprises you, you're probably not alone. Because what should you expect when your kids grow up barraged by brawls on TV or constantly clicking on the crude antics of the internet?
Such a nasty woman.
Trust fund. And even in the halls of power, they see what are supposed to be civil servants who are no longer civil at all. It's no wonder some kids are acting out. But take a closer look at this classroom in California, where courtesy holds center stage.
Thank you, Miss D.
This is Miss D's modern-day etiquette class. She's teaching a new generation that it's cool to have good manners. Or at least that's the hope.
Who's gonna teach me some manners? You?
Imagine a world where everyone had these types of tools to get along. So it's a lot more than just the fork and the knife. It was more about instilling this in kids from the get-go.
For DNA O'Farrell Sablan, that means starting young and going head-to-head with a high-conflict world.
Why do you think it is that parents are coming to you and asking you to teach their kids manners?
I think they come to me to make sure that the way they were raised is still instilled, but they don't necessarily know how to teach it, or naturally, since their mom or their dad, the kids don't listen. So they're like, hopefully you can instill it in my child.
Judy Romero's 2 daughters are enrolled in Mrs. D's class.
I think manners are very important, and we've lost that. They're more connected into their technology that they've forgotten manners.
Ironically, many are looking for help in the same place where manners usually go to die, the internet. Here, more and more tutorials on what's right and what's impolite are popping up, people desperate for a return to the refined. But Mrs. D still prefers polite, old-fashioned human interaction. So she invited me over for a quick refresher on the do's and don'ts at the dinner table, which it turns out are a lot more complicated than you'd think.
I have to break it into 2 bites.
There we go.
I think that's too big.
Too big. Make it smaller?
Yes. Oh, tiny.
So 3 bites.
The size of 2 bites.
The size of,
Yes.
oh, because I don't want to stuff my
Exactly.
whole face. Okay, so here's a question. What?
Don't put elbows.
Oh, no elbows. Sorry,
I
okay.
need to tell you that. Shoulders up.
Oh, my shoulders. Okay, put my
You
shoulders.
can't talk with food in your mouth.
Oh, shoot. I did talk with my food in my mouth. This is a hard class, guys.
A return to manners may be a tall order, but you're never too old to be polite.
The last one's for you.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Olivia.
For today, Gotti Schwartz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Here.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America. A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Maury Elementary School's newest teacher is still waking up and getting dressed.
Are you proud to be the teacher? Yeah.
For a classroom welcome that is just as sweet as it gets.
Hello, baby Merritt. How are you?
Baby Merritt's visit to this 4th grade class is part of a year-long program called Roots of Empathy.
Let's just see how he reacts with me. Now let me give him back to his mom.
Merritt visits every 3 weeks and, yes, comes with his own set of curriculum. The children learning how to treat a baby and treat each other.
It teaches you to be if your classmate's crying, then you should make sure that he or she's more okay, like what you would do for a baby.
Nora Rabia is the program's instructor at Maury. Vanessa Duckett, the 4th grade teacher.
When you first heard about it, tell me your initial thought. A baby as a teacher.
My first thought was oh, that's cute, but it really gives the students a chance to reflect on themselves and how they react to certain situations and how they treat their peers.
Being able to consider someone else's walk is, I feel, one of the most humane things that an individual can do.
Roots of Empathy started in Canada 23 years ago. Founded by Mary Gordon, it's taught now in 14 countries.
We have had more than 1 million children who have had Roots of Empathy. So many, many, many thousands of babies.
Study after study has found Roots of Empathy increases empathy and kindness and dramatically lowers aggression by over 70%, according to one study. Impacts that can be seen even years later. Could a baby be the key to ending bullying?
With bullies, they don't feel what the other person feels. And in Roots of Empathy, the children feel with the other. It puts a break on hurting people.
And Merritt loves his cozy bedroom. He wants to be in his crib. He wants a real nap.
Does anybody
So
make
we
a
try
connection
to give him
to that.
Was there a specific moment that you thought it clicked? You know what? This is working.
We had a student, he was having trouble fitting in, he was having trouble making friends. You know, he was just kind of your stereotypical problem child. And there began to be moments in the year when he immediately stopped something that he was doing in the moment because he thought to himself, and he articulated this to us, would I be acting like this if baby June was in the room?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah. What is that emotion?
Because this was a student who, for all intents and purposes, his life might not have gone great. Otherwise, we couldn't stop doing it after we saw the impact it made in his life.
Goodbye. For now, at Maury Elementary, it's time to say or sing goodbye.
See you soon.
But Merritt will be back, returning to teach lessons you won't find in any textbook.
Oh, it warms my heart just
We're-
watching it again.
we're
It's
totally
so
in,
sweet.
1000%.
So what is the curriculum? I mean, what do they do? Because I see they touch their feet.
Right, they touch their feet.
Moms
So
worry
what you'll
about
notice
germs, don't have to worry.
is she'll ask questions. So let's say baby Merritt starts to cry, right? Why do you think baby Merritt is crying? Do you think maybe it's because he's in a room with all of these people and he doesn't know them? Do you know what it feels like when you walk into a new classroom? You know, this student here, he's a new student here. Can you imagine how he felt if he doesn't know anybody? So it starts to be about the baby, but then it starts to be about themselves and their classmates. Like I mentioned, I mentioned to you guys earlier, let's say the teacher asks you guys to read out loud and you're kind of shy because you don't read very well and you're afraid that the kids are going to laugh at you. Before, maybe they would. But this time you raise your hand after baby Merritt leaves the classroom and let's say you mispronounce a word. The kids will either help you or they stay quiet, but it's not the hee.
Yeah.
It's just, it changes the energy of the classroom. And here's the thing. At Maury Elementary, for example, they've seen their test scores go up since they started this program. It's all part of an overall focus that they have on their students, on social and emotional well-being, because you can be as smart as you want, but if you don't have that social piece, it matters, right? In fact, that school is one of the best performing schools in the district. So the key here is that they find the kids are calmer, they're able to focus more on their schoolwork. And it's only a 30, 45-minute program, so it doesn't take all day.
Stir it really well. These kids are cooking up a lot more than hot chocolate cupcakes and minestrone soup.
Spread it out. There you go.
That's because in this kitchen, each recipe comes with a side of independence.
I see the kitchen as this great equalizer. Kids of all ages and abilities can come together and do something that fills them up with pride.
You started off as a teacher.
So I was a middle school social studies teacher, teaching cooking on the side all across Los Angeles in different public and private schools.
6 years ago, Samantha Barnes left her job as a teacher to start Radish, a subscription cooking box that includes everything from easy-to-follow illustrated recipes to kitchen supplies and culinary activities.
So we'll stick that all in there.
Right in there.
It's a passion, Barnes says, that was baked into her, growing up at her mother's cookware shop, where she saw firsthand all the ways food can bring people together.
I think my background as an educator really allowed me to discover that in the kitchen you can teach math, you can teach science. But then I also think that the kitchen gives kids confidence. They get to feel that success and that pride.
And that pride is catching on with other services like Baketivity, Harlow's Harvest, and Kids Stir, capturing kids' cooking creativity.
Christopher, you think you can handle the soup by yourself? I'll come help you. I'll be your sous chef, all right? There are a lot of studies that show that kids benefit as well by sitting down at the dinner table and having conversation with their parents, right?
It makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Kids tend to be healthier. They tend to score better in school.
In fact, when it comes to cooking and kids, the benefits go beyond the plate, improving hand-eye coordination, fine motor skills, and sequencing.
We want to really get this pan.
For 13-year-old Caleb, who was born with Down syndrome, Radish has helped build his confidence.
I think it's really helped him grow in his independence in the kitchen.
He gets to follow a list, he gets to follow a recipe.
For Marissa Brown's 7-year-old daughter, it's changed the way she eats.
What is she eating now that she didn't before?
Chicken and peas and carrots and a sauce in a pie all mixed together when previously any two foods on the same plate would have been a no.
He doesn't cook. But he could.
I just watched Ratatouille the other day with my kids for like 100th time, but I love that Chef Gusteau said everyone can cook.
Yes.
All right, guys, our focaccia is almost ready. What is your hope for Radish?
I think my hope is that we get kids off screens. You know, we're not trying to get kids to be restaurateurs and to be future chefs. It's really about giving them the skills that they can go off in the rest of their lives.
Cheers!
For today, Natalie Morales, Los Angeles.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Does your child melt down when things don't go their way, or they're constantly forgetting their homework? And does their bedroom look like it was hit by a tornado? All this can be very frustrating.
Here to the rescue is developmental and behavioral pediatrician and author of the new book, Raising an Organized Child, Dr. Damon Korb, who happens to be the father of 5.
Wow. A big authority. So it struck me when I was hearing about this topic that if you have organized parents, you may become an organized kid just because you're watching what your parents do. Is that part of it?
So certainly modeling is helpful,
yeah.
But even disorganized parents can raise an organized
Really?
child. It's possible.
Good.
Yeah, we have to play to our strengths. We have to play to our strengths, and we model what we're good at, and when we're not good at something, then we show that we're working on it and that we value it so that they learn the value of organization.
Okay.
You have 5 steps to helping a child become more organized, right?
Yeah.
Right. What I've done is I've boiled down being organized to 5 things. And what we're talking about when we're talking about organization is not just finding 2 socks that match.
Okay.
We're talking about being able to plan and to be flexible,
Right.
and to be able to show insight and to give abstract thought. And so these 5 steps are: be consistent,
Yeah.
introduce order, give everything a place, practice forward thinking, and promote problem solving. And in the book, what we talk about is how you can do this across a child's lifespan, from infancy all the way into young adulthood.
All right, let's break it down to something small. So let's pretend like a child is not good at making their bed, cleaning their room, and you've said it a million times, it's a mess, go back in there. Like, what's the right way to get your child to organize their space?
You're not going to love this answer.
Okay.
But the reality is it's their room, and it's good for them to be autonomous.
Oh,
so
doctor.
Shut the door?
So what we want to do is we want to give everything a place. We teach them that skill, but if you're battling a teenager over their room being clean, Sometimes you
But
gotta
younger,
let them.
Let's talk younger. Though.
Well,
younger kids.
So with the younger child, there we go. Because you have younger kids.
Here, yeah.
So you give everything a place. You give everything a place. You know that your shoes go here, and you know that your jacket goes there, and we show them where things go, and we simplify the room. And sometimes, if they're really struggling with it, we come up with tricks like label their bins, label their drawers, drop their box springs down onto the floor so that nothing gets disappeared under the bed.
You have some questions for us.
I have a trivia question.
Okay.
Yes.
No. Okay.
Good luck.
We're ready.
All right, here we go. Question number one. Preschool is the best age to start teaching organization to children. True or false?
I think
Preschool?
True.
Yes, definitely.
The answer is false. So when your baby cries, you pick them up. When your baby is hungry, you feed them. That's a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah.
They're already learning a sequence. So by the time they're 6 months old, they understand simple sequences.
So at the beginning, you're saying
From
is
the
when you
very
start.
beginning, we start, even as infants.
Already behind the eight
Number
ball.
two.
Okay, next.
True or false? Here we go. A disorganized parent can raise an organized child.
You said
I gave you the answer. You are right.
Okay, we were listening.
Number three, true or false? My child loses everything. I should label all of his possessions so they don't get lost.
No. No, I
Sounds
hate
terrible.
Yeah, I think you're right. I would accept either answer here.
Okay.
The big picture is we teach them to give everything a place, things don't get lost. If your child is struggling by losing things, what I'd really like you to do is sit down with your child and say, hey, we're losing things. Let's come up with some plans so they learn the problem solving.
What if your child melts down? Like, sometimes it's like, let's clean up, and then she'll throw a fit, or they can't find something and they just break down. So what's the answer there?
So children melt down, one, often because they don't have the language to describe what's going on, and two, they don't grasp the big picture.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to show them the big picture. So we break that down. What we do is we say, you look really upset. Empathy calms the storm a little bit.
Yeah.
The next thing we do is we say, why are you so upset? And we try to get them to articulate what's bothering, and then we frame the dilemma. And we invite them to solve it. What can we do?
What if they say, I don't want to put my shoes in that bin?
Well, the reality is they're putting their shoes in the bin. You just may have to wait and be patient.
Okay, got it.
It's going to happen.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor.
Appreciate you. You can
pleasure.
check out Dr. Damon Korb's new book. It's called Raising an Organized Child at today.com/shop.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know, the biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today we've got toys and games that do double duty, teaching our kids while providing loads of fun. Toy Insider mom Lori Schatt is here, and she has the list.
We love Lori Schatt.
Hi, Lori.
All right, so we got a lot of word from parents, and they're looking for things. Okay, so one parent named Crystal has a question for you. Let's take a look, Lori.
Okay.
Sometimes my kids like to take shortcuts with problem solving, but I want them to follow sequencing steps. Do you have any game suggestions that would make it fun for them to practice?
Okay,
Lori.
yeah, what do you think, Lori?
I have great ones, and we're going to start with the art of cartography or map making with puzzle gears. Kids are going to actually create this. Over 500 laser cut wood pieces. They're going to put in the continents, They're going to see the 8 wonders of the world, and using the gears, they can even line up the astrological signs with the constellations.
Wow.
It's gorgeous.
Lori, what
it's
ages?
a work of art when they're done.
Yeah, Lori, what ages is that for, though? That must be for a little bit older kids, right?
Yeah, it is. This is for like 14 and up.
Okay.
Okay, cool. And is that
and
What's Carson doing? Is Carson working on something?
Wow.
So we all remember Connex, the rods, the connectors, exactly, but now there's a new line called Connex Architecture. Kids will learn to build historical places like the Golden Gate Bridge. She's building the Eiffel Tower. I have the London Eye, over 1,800 pieces. Both of these come with pretty big manuals so that kids can follow the step-by-step instructions and go through all those important problem-solving skills.
Cameron did a great job. That was beautiful.
Okay, next we have 8-year-old Valentina. Let's hear what's on her wish list.
I'm looking for a way to practice and learn new words. Any ideas so I can make it fun?
I have some great ideas for her. So we all remember Boggle.
Yes.
Now they're Big Boggle. So even more cubes. You shake it up. It's got a double cube too. And it's that still famous fun game, 3 minutes to find as many words as possible that are 4 letters or longer. So much fun for kids.
That's a great idea. And
what else you got? You got another one like that?
And this one's going to take you back in time. Speak and spell just like you remember. That same synthesized voice that will actually help kids pronounce words, but it will also teach them to spell over 200 commonly misspelled words, and lots of gameplay in here too.
All right, so our next question comes from a dad who's exhausted named Josh. He has 2 young kids and he's married to our producer Emily. Check it out.
My kids are having a hard time understanding their emotions. How do I tell them that what they feel is okay?
Oh, emotional learning.
That's good.
Yeah. So there's a lot of emotions going on these days. There's a lot to think about, and it's an important topic with kids. Well, there's a new game called Silly Faces. It's a color forms game. You spin the board. You choose your color forms, whether it's the eyes or the mouth or the ears, the hats, all kinds of fun things. And then you have these silly faces. So kids will create their silly faces, but then they'll start talking about how their faces feel. And it's a great segue into a conversation about how they feel.
That's such a good idea.
Yep, and these little avocados are ripe for social and emotional learning. So we have these lots of learn a lot avocados, and they are happy, they're mad, they're angry, they're sad, but all kinds of feelings. So lots of games that the kids can play with these emoji faces, but also a great way to talk to kids about how they're feeling.
Yeah, Lori, great idea. So our next question is from Walt. He happens to be part of our family. He needs some help with his 2 very active young boys.
He does.
My kids miss sports. What suggestions do you have to keep them active in these colder months?
Okay, so we know that kids are not getting out for recess. Most kids are learning virtually. Sports are for the most part canceled, but plenty we could do. We're going to start with Ring Fit Adventure. So this works on the Nintendo Switch. Yep, it comes with the software and 2 accessories, the ring and a leg strap. And the kids' motions are what actually activates the games. The more they exercise, the more active they are. That is how they're going to get rid of the villains and save the world.
I
like
that,
aerobics,
Lori.
we're into it.
What's that?
Right? And this one is hands full. So this is a great game. I want you to think Twister and Bop It, put it together. Active game. You're holding the colors. It's for 1 to 3 players. There's a voice in here that will tell you what to do, but it will include dancing, high-fiving, flipping this upside down. It is a cool, fun game. It's a great way to get the whole family who's spending a lot of time together active and having fun.
Today we kick off a new series. We're calling it Rising Through Redemption, where we highlight the stories of people who have persevered through very, very difficult times.
Ian Emanuel is one of those people. In his new book, My Time Will Come, Ian tells his story of forgiveness after being sentenced to life in prison as a teen. Take a look.
I grew up in a place called Central Park Village. It was filled with violence. You know, I had to grow up fast, and it was my environment that played a huge role in the outcome of my life. It shaped me.
And one particular night really shaped so much of your life. Will you talk to me about what happened when you were 13 years old?
Yeah, when I was 13, I was encouraged by 3 older youths to go downtown and commit a robbery. During this robbery attempt, a young mother of 2 was shot in the face.
That young mother was Debbie Bagree. Ian confessed to police that he accidentally pulled the trigger when she screamed.
Why did you confess?
Well, it had been weighing on my conscience because despite the fact that I grew up in a violent neighborhood, those were not the things that my grandmother and mother had instilled in me.
Debbie's wound was not life-threatening, but she went on to have years of dental surgeries. Because it was a life-or-death felony, Ian was tried as an adult in the state of Florida and became one of the youngest children condemned to life in prison in the United States.
Although I wasn't old enough to vote, I wasn't old enough to drive, I wasn't old enough to drink, I was old enough to be sentenced at 13 to the rest of my life in the Florida state prison system.
Because of his young age and behavior, Ian spent the first 18 years in solitary confinement.
It was like living in hell. The constant beatings by the guards, the torture, the strip cells with nothing, no mattress, no blankets to cover my body.
The only thing that you sometimes had was a pencil and a piece of paper and an imagination, and those 3 things saved your life.
Einstein says imagination is more important than knowledge. Fortunately for me, it was my poetry and my imagination that helped me survive solitary.
Ian turned to poetry as an outlet while in prison.
Every day I'm faced with obstacles that block the progress to my dreams. But the blockades only masquerades like costumes on Halloween. I've been through enough pain to make a sane man just scream. But instead, I take a deep breath and just breathe.
But during his time in prison, Ian found an unlikely friend. One Christmas, scared and alone, he made a collect phone call that would change his life.
The first thing I said was, Miss Bagree, I'd like to wish you and your family a Merry Christmas and to apologize for shooting you in the face. And that's how our correspondence and eventual friendship started. And she played an instrumental role in being supportive of me.
The woman Ian shot became one of his closest allies. Finally, after 26 years in prison with the help of the Equal Justice Initiative, who brought his case to the Supreme Court, Ian's life sentence was overturned. Debbie was there when Ian addressed the court with this statement.
Hopefully, today is the day we can stand together as an example in a country deeply divided by racial dimensions and show that justice does prevail, that wrongs will be made right. And like English Lit teaches us all sentences have a period that brings them to an end.
Debbie was one of the first people Ian saw when he walked out of prison as a 39-year-old man.
And I hugged her and I kissed her on both sides of her cheek, because I didn't know which side that I had shot her on as a 13-year-old child. And I just wanted to, always wanted to do that as a healing.
Ian says integrating back into society hasn't always been easy, but he's created a life for himself in New York.
I wonder, when you think back to that 13-year-old boy, do you grieve for him?
I do grieve in some ways for the child that didn't get to grow up and have a normal childhood, but I also am thankful because I think God, in my mind, plucked me away from an environment that I would have not survived in, and then placed me like a caterpillar in solitary confinement so I can become this beautiful butterfly at the end.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't Ian so incredible? In his poetry, he said that had he not had a pencil and a pen, he was by himself in solitary confinement. And by the way, some of the behaviors were things like asking for sheets it wasn't bad behavior. And a lot of young kids are placed in solitary confinement because they're small and they're worried about their safety in a jail, and they don't know what else to do with them. He was 13. He called the woman that he shot when he was 14 or 15 on Christmas Eve. He was all alone to ask for her forgiveness. That's how he wanted to spend his Christmas.
I mean, the kissing her on both cheeks because he didn't know which one he had shot.
Yeah,
was...
and he had met her back where he shot her. They walked together through that convenience
Oh my word,
store.
that was beautiful.
Ian is changing his life. He's now a motivational speaker and a writer, a poet in New York. And to check out Ian's book, which will change you, it's called My Time Will Come. Go to today.com/shop.
We are excited for our next guest because he is an 8-time Grammy Award-winning artist who also won an Emmy in 2013 for Outstanding Original Song on a children's program. Ziggy Marley is part of the music dynasty started by his father, Bob Marley, one of the pioneers of reggae music.
And if that's not enough, Ziggy, also an accomplished children's author, and he's here today to tell us about his latest book. Ziggy Marley, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Here's the thing. I mean, people know you as a very successful musician, part of reggae royalty. How did Ziggy get into writing children's books?
Oh, I have 7 kids, 4 young ones.
That'll do it.
Yeah, that would do it. And I mean, it's an extension of songwriting. I always love writing. And so, you know, it's just an extension of writing songs. I love it.
I love it. And your new book is called My Dog Romeo. It started, it's a story based off of a dog that you actually got during the pandemic. So first, tell us more about your dog and why you wanted to turn this into a book.
All right, so my kids, they always wanted a dog, you know, for years now, and my wife was very, very reluctant about it. She was like, oh, the dog is going to be like another baby and, you know, and so forth. So right before the pandemic hit, we got a dog, a puppy. He's a Legato, it's an Italian water dog. And the pandemic hit and we were home together with the dog for the whole year. And, you know, things like that, like animals inspire me, dogs inspire me, you know, birds, nature inspire me. So I wrote a song about the dog, and it's on my latest album, which is a kids album called More Family Time. And we kind of took the song and turned it into a kid's book.
And then you've got another kid's book coming out. This one's called Little John Crow. And you say this is a book that's really an extension of your own childhood. How so?
So when I was growing up in Jamaica, we grew up around, we call them John Crow. They're turkey vultures. And we always, as a kid, I used to look on them as very like scary creatures. And we wouldn't like them. You know, it would be like vultures, John Crows are, the stories we would hear as children were really scary. But as I grew up, I realized that these animals are very important to our ecosystem. And so this book kind of goes through that kind of storyline where this vulture really doesn't want to be a vulture because vultures are seen as dirty and nasty and evil. But then he accepts himself as a vulture. And just like I accepted the importance of the vulture, so in the book, this character accepts himself as a vulture and finally fulfills his destiny.
Wow.
I love that.
That's a deep children's
that
book,
is
too.
deep and brought to you by nature. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I want to talk about your dad and music. You know, your father was a music legend in the industry and very instrumental in your career. So what would you say was the best and most impactful advice that he's given you that you've carried with you throughout the years?
I think both my parents really, my mother and my father, led a life that is not, for me, I didn't learn about things by words or by them telling me things, but by watching them and them being an example. So we learned that we have to help each other. We learn about the ideas of unity and love and spirituality. And that really has had an impact on me in all my life. And my songs and everything, it's coming from that kind of foundation.
Ziggy, I mean, you've got these 2 children's books coming out. Does that mean we can expect a new album to drop soon?
Yeah, music always coming out. You know, we're doing a lot of singles nowadays. But yeah, music is always, creativity is just, it's always there. So you can expect something, you know, every now and again we drop a single and maybe an album later this year.
Yeah, 'tis the new model. Singles,
Yeah,
not
singles.
albums. Ziggy Marley, thanks for waking up so early, Ziggy. Thank you. Always a treat.
Thanks, Dylan. See you guys.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Now to my latest Read with Jenna book club pick. It's called Hell of a Book, and it truly is. It's about an author on a cross-country book tour who encountered a young boy who may be a figment of his imagination.
Interesting. It's a story about race and identity, and it's written by New York Times best-selling author Jason Mott, who is at home in North Carolina. Hi.
Oh, I'm so happy
Hey, how's it
Jason
going?
is here. Hey, Jason, and let's also say hello to our book club members who are all across the country, and we're going to get to some of their questions in a bit. But first, we are so happy to talk with Jason. Jason, first of all, this was my sister's favorite book of the year, so let's just
wow,
start
that's a big endorsement.
with that.
Yeah.
And I, you know, when you wrote your first book, The Returned, you went basically from answering phone calls in a call center to being a best-selling novelist. What was that like?
It was only a little bit terrifying. To say a lot terrifying, actually.
Yeah, it must have been.
Yeah, I went from this job I hated to this job I loved all of a sudden. It was really wonderful, though.
So tell me about this book. From what I understand, you wrote this first draft. It's called Hell of a Book. It was based on your book tour with The Return, but was it a comedy? It's still funny now, but did you take a turn?
The first draft was a comedy. It was very much just about me having these wacky adventures on book tour. And then later, like literally years later, it evolved into this discussion on race and identity and the American landscape, so to speak.
Yeah, and you've said that Hell of a Book is like a love story to your younger self. In what ways?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of periods in the life of African Americans where you come to certain realizations about who you are and how who you are interacts with the American space. In certain places, the rules are a little bit different from you, and how you deal with that and how you kind of carry that forward through your life is a lot of that. And so Hell of a Book was me trying to sort through a lot of those things too. Like I said, the younger person I used to be, it's taken me about 40-some years to kind of figure out who I am and really come to own who I am. And Hell of a Book was meant to speak to that past version of myself and others who kind of go through that experience
It
as well.
sounds therapeutic. I just told Jenna I have to take her copy.
Yeah.
So tell me about this young character. Is it Soot? Am I saying it right?
Yes, well, there are actually a couple of young characters. There's
Okay.
this young character of Soot, who is a 10-year-old boy living in the South. And then there's also a secondary character called the Kid, who is also around 10 years old. Now, are those characters the same? Do characters debate that? But Soot in particular is the one that readers seem to love a lot. Soot is living in the South, and his father goes through a very harsh, let's say harsh interaction with the police. I don't want to give too many spoilers away. But it becomes to define Soot's existence. He's a kid who wants to learn how to disappear so that he can be safe, is something his parents have been trying to teach him. And it talks about that discussion.
This book is funny on one page. It is heartbreaking in another. And I'm seeing it. I love watching our readers shaking their heads. They all are. And stay right there, because our book club members have questions for you, Jason. We're going to continue this discussion right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with this month's Read with Jenna Book Club author Jason Mott, whose latest book is called Hell of a Book. And it really is. Jason, you have a lot of fans. A lot of people have come to see you today. A lot of our Read with Jenna Book Club members joined us. So let's get to the first question. Look, they're holding up the books proudly. The question is from Cassie Copeland in Allendale, Michigan. Cassie, what's your question?
As a mother, I got very emotional while reading about Seth's parents talking to him about racism. Was it emotional for you to write about it as well?
Yes, this was probably my most emotional book that I've ever written. And that's part of why there's so much comedy in it. A lot of the comedy was there to help me sort through some of my emotional challenges in writing it. It's weird how the comedy became a bit of a protector for my kind of emotional and mental well-being.
That's good. All right, this next question is from Jessica Kemper in Hillsboro, Missouri. Jessica, what's your question for Jason?
Hi, what is the #1 takeaway that you want your readers to gather from this book?
I think the #1 takeaway I would like for people to take away is just that for African Americans, the American experience can be very different. I know that it's a very complex conversation that people are struggling to enter into. And I'm hoping that Hell of a Book provides a way that people can enter that conversation and come away with talking points and discussion points and really kind of further this thing.
Yeah, well, raise your hand on the big wall. Did this book open your eyes in so many different ways? It did for me. I had so many important conversations around it. And if you enjoyed reading Hell of a Book, first of all, if you haven't purchased it, I don't know what you're waiting for.
No, I'm sold.
It is a beautiful book, but if you have read it and loved it, Jason has another book recommendation. Jason, what did you select?
I actually selected a book called Monsters by Barry Windsor Smith. It's actually a graphic novel, and it is absolutely beautiful.
Is it a graphic novel for adults?
Yes, it's a graphic novel for adults.
Okay.
It actually discusses race and wartime America. A lot of the topics that are actually in Hell of a Book are in Monsters.
Okay. Well, Jason, thank you so much.
So everybody is having a good time?
Yeah.
This is unique. There is nothing else like the Starry Night Cafe. My name is Bea Artali. They call me Miss B, and I am the manager for the Starry Night Cafe. And this is a program to provide some social place for some people with special needs.
I'm a good dancer.
I know you're a really good dancer. Love all of you.
Yeah, love you, Miss B.
When they come in here, take a look around. This is someplace that feels like a club. This is meant for adults 18 and over who are suffering or have suffered or in treatment for mental illness, and that can vary from depression to we have people who are also developmentally disabled. From birth or from diagnosis, most of their life is structured with medication and their therapy. Socialization and recreation is kind of at the bottom of the list. They appreciate the fact that I'm not a clinician. I don't have any letters after my name. I don't have a clipboard. I have a cordless mic. The only thing I'm going to prescribe is to get up on that stage and have a ball.
Coming here, I feel a lot safer in here. Oh, I love doing karaoke. I like mingling with people.
It's a place where I can be empowered, and I don't have to pretend that I'm anyone else.
On our stage, once again, the Wanderers.
We have a band that comes down and plays for us. Of that band, 2 of the musicians are special needs. Within the last couple of years, we did lose our drummer. He moved away. And we found a young man that came here, this young fellow, Will, and he said, I'm a drummer. I was like, oh, we need a drummer.
He came right in, sat in the first night with us. It was no problem at all. He was right there.
There are so many special needs people with so many talents. And when they come here, and I find that out, that's exactly where they're going, right on our beautiful stage there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My name is Will Cato. I'm 24 years old. I played the drums since I was like 7 years old. When I was playing the drums, I feel kind of like excited or like very, very proud of myself.
William started out with 2 number 2 pencils on tables, on chairs, on mattresses.
When he was young, 2 years old or so, the pediatrician realized that William was not saying as many words as he should have been saying. So I think maybe 2nd or 3rd grade, they asked us, could they have someone observe him? And that's when they told us that he was autistic.
We've basically tried raising our son, who's on the spectrum, to be included in all activities. It's difficult to find mainstream activities where he fits in well, and Starry Night Cafe definitely provides a very seamless atmosphere for him. Everybody is there just being themselves. There's no right way or wrong way to be. It's basically being. And that's what's important in anyone's life, the ability to be.
Mr. Will Cato.
We receive funding, but it's never enough. And so the cafe has always been in jeopardy of closing these doors. And more communities need to duplicate this. Do it where you are, and you will see the difference in your community. This works.
We can't do this without you.
Keep clapping, because we don't pay him, so. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This morning in our series Changemakers, a woman who has found creative ways to celebrate Black history and culture. Unique Jones Gibson does it through photography, social media, even subscription boxes. And it's not just for 1 month, but all year round.
We should be celebrating Black history. We should be excited about who we are. We should be excited about what we've accomplished. We should be excited about the future. And it should embolden us to demand more, to stand up straighter, and to be confident about the direction we're headed in.
Each word spoken by Unique Jones Gibson illustrates her strong sense of pride. 8 years ago, she started Because of Them We Can, now an award-winning multimedia platform amplifying Black innovators and trendsetters all year long.
For people who don't know about Because of Them We Can, talk about why you decided to create it.
I wanted to essentially refresh Black history. At the time, I just had 2 little sons. We were also at the 1-year anniversary of Trayvon Martin's murder. And I was trying to think, well, how can I inject my kids with like the self-esteem that they'll need to be able to survive and thrive in this world?
Unique took photographs of her oldest son and other children dressed as iconic figures, hoping they would feel connected to people who've paved the way.
My son looked like Muhammad Ali, but he never knew why Muhammad Ali said he was the greatest. He never knew why Muhammad Ali had to project the confidence before the world validated him. And so I thought, wow, what if I just put them in the shoes of these trailblazers, associate words that they've said, and put it into the universe, and then it just blew up.
A project originally meant to last only 28 days went viral.
I didn't have this big grand plan. I remember Kerry Washington was tweeting me because she saw the picture of the little girl who was dressed like her. And in that moment, I knew this was so much bigger than me.
It's about empowering these kids.
In an effort to further sustain representation that matters, Unique created videos like this take on Maya Angelou's classic poem, Phenomenal Woman.
I'm a woman, and I'm a believer. Phenomenal woman. That's us.
That a child has that self-esteem, self-confidence, they know who they are. Why is that so important?
Yeah, it's important because it impacts how you move throughout the world. It impacts how you engage with people every single day. If we make sure that their foundation is solid, if we make sure that they are rooted with knowledge and information, no one can take that from them.
The wife and mom of now 3 keeps expanding her work. She's developed a website and Instagram page spotlighting stories without stereotypes. Her latest venture is a game, Culture Tags.
7 categories: church, family and friends, daily sayings, words to live by, film and television, songs and lyrics, Black Twitter.
And the family packages doorstep deliveries.
Talk to me about starting subscription boxes and what that's all about.
One day it just hit me. A subscription box. You could put the same props that you use from your photographs. You could do a step further and provide them with curriculum that would tie to math and science and reading and writing. This is an investment. By getting this content on a monthly basis, your child celebrates Black history every single month.
You have a pledge on your website. I will honor the sacrifices of my ancestors. I will believe in me. I will pursue my dreams. I will help others along the way.
It is something that we can all take and that we can all commit to.
If people take anything away from this with Because of Them We Can, you know, it's bigger than just taking pictures of cute kids. It transcends that, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's really about creating the foundation and then also just reinforcing it on a consistent basis. It's about the unique opportunity that we all have to double down on who we are and to appreciate our unique differences.
Because of them, we can.
Great concept.
I love that.
Wow.
I love that for all of us. Just double down on who you are, right?
Yes.
Hi, Today All Day. Hope you're ready for some laughs. Coming up, we put your favorite celebrities to the test as they take on the 6-minute marathon. Plus, we've got some of my personal favorite sit-down interviews from the last few months. So get excited as Today All Day continues right now. Do you know what the 6-minute marathon is?
I know you're going to ask me a ton of questions, and I'm just going to answer as many of them as I can in 6 minutes.
That is the 6-minute marathon in a nutshell. Padma Lakshmi, thank you for being here on the 6-minute marathon.
My pleasure.
First question, if you could only listen to one album for the rest of your life, what would it be?
D'Angelo, Voodoo.
Oh, I didn't see that one coming. All right. What is the strangest gift you've ever received?
Somebody gave me a tooth once.
I'm sorry, did you say a tooth? Okay, there's so many follow-up questions. We may have to spend the whole 6 minutes on this. Why? Whose tooth?
It was just this guy. He was odd, but he was very artistic. He, I think he was playing ball or something, and he either fell or was in the midst of a game, and he broke his tooth, and he was like, "I saved it for you." And
so it was an adult tooth. That was my next question.
I think it was, yeah. Yeah.
Where's the tooth now?
I don't know.
See, I don't think questions.
I don't think it made it like back from college, if you know what I mean. You know, yeah. I think I was just like, this is too weird.
Have you ever been mistaken for another celebrity? And if so, who?
Yes, when I was 14 and in the mall, which I thought of as a huge compliment. Apollonia. Remember Apollonia?
Apollonia?
Yeah. And I was a teenager, like I said. Gal Gadot, I've also gotten mistaken for. Let me see. The early days when I had a perm in high school, Irene Cara, but also, so it has just happened recently, but recently it was just Gal Gadot. And the New Yorker magazine, of all people, I've always dreamed of having my name in the New Yorker, of course, as a writer. They put a picture of me because I chose a cartoon for them, and then they wrote that it was Priyanka Chopra. I'm like, I know all us Indian women look alike, but really? You know?
Well, at least it's like, that's a pretty epic row of like beautiful ladies to be compared to.
Yeah, I mean, it's all nice and flattering.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. What is your guilty pleasure?
I feel no guilt in taking pleasure in life, so I don't feel guilty about anything that gives me pleasure. I think I'm a 50-year-old woman. I deserve all the pleasure I can get from now until I die.
Okay, if you could be friends with a movie or TV character, who would it be?
Well, it's not a character, it's a real person. I would love to be friends with Rihanna. I just think she'd be so much fun if she let me hang out with her. But, and I've never met her, and I don't think I want to. In a way, I'd hang out with her, but if I just had to meet her, I just think it would burst my bubble. But all of my characters are real life characters. Muhammad Ali, Dorothy Parker, Lenny Bruce, Cleopatra, you know.
That'd be a good dinner party for you to host.
Yeah, definitely.
What was your least favorite food as a child?
Eggplant.
Do you like it now?
I mean, I love it now. I love eggplant.
Who have you been starstruck meeting?
Mother Teresa. I met her. I got to spend the day with her in the 90s. I cut a ribbon at the World Cup of Cricket that was happening in Calcutta. And a group of people said, "We're going, would you like to join?" I literally tagged along, but she was mesmerizing. She was so comforting and charismatic. And you know how you feel when you're like a little kid in the safety and comfort of your mom's arms, all is well within the world. That's how you feel in her presence. At least I did.
Do you have a personal mantra? And if so, what is it?
It is, everything is a benefit if you look at it the right way. Even the most difficult things that have happened to me, I have tried to focus on what I can gain from them, or what is the bright side. What can I gain? You know, what can I get out of this? You know, even endometriosis, which was very painful and I went through for over 20 years. I like to look at that experience as what gave me the fuel to start the foundation with my surgeon. And so I think it must have been, destined for me to go through that, because otherwise the pain doesn't make sense. It's so unnecessary, so that I could turn that pain into power.
What did you want to be when you grew up?
My first job that I ever dreamed of being was an airline stewardess. A flight attendant. We used to call,
We call them stewardesses. I know. We're the same age. Yes.
Yes, exactly. So I just thought they were the most glamorous people on earth. I flew as an unaccompanied minor when I was 4 to America from India. And I was on Air India Airlines. They had these beautiful printed silk saris. It was the early 70s. It was beautiful bouffant hair, lots of eyeliner and lashes. They would just walk up and down those aisles with their saris fluttering, behind them. I just thought they have so much freedom. They get to travel all over the world. And that's what I want to do.
What do you think you are much better at than you actually are?
Oh, I think I'm a better skater. I always think, today is the day that I'm going to seamlessly skate forwards and then backwards.
Do you roller skate a lot?
Yes, get a pair of roller skates. It's so fun. Do you remember doing it when you were little?
Yes, we used to go to skate country, go around the ring.
Yes.
I could never skate backwards, but I tried.
No, you have to. I will go skate. I'll meet you wherever you want. I know all the flat parts of the city where there's not a lot of traffic. Do not try and skate in Central Park.
All right, last question. This is an easy one. What is your favorite reality show?
Top Chef.
Thank you, Padma Lakshmi. So great to talk to you. This was fun.
Nice to talk to you too.
See you at the rink.
Bye.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it! The Meet the Press Chuck Todd-cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What's your quirkiest idiosyncrasy?
It's just I say things that sound like they've been written in a magnet on a refrigerator, but I mean them, I'll say, "Oh, are fallen," and he's like, "What? Are you from a novel? Like, what do you?"
Brooke Shields, welcome to our very first 6-minute marathon from home. You're at home, I'm at home, but we're together.
We are together always in our hearts.
Yes. So here are the rules. I'm going to ask a bunch of questions. Answer as many as you can. We only have 6 minutes.
Oh, okay.
And I haven't seen any of these questions. I'm getting them same time you are. Here we go. What is one thing you must have to get through the day?
My PG Tips tea. It's a tea. It's British. They call it builder's tea because it's like hardcore, like just easy, and they're shaped in a little triangle. And I literally, if I don't get it, I'm a little like that.
If you were gifted a day off from everything, what would you do with those 24 hours?
Oh, I would be on a beautiful beach somewhere with a fabulous book and a bottle of tequila.
Oh, can I come with you?
Yes.
That sounds like my favorite day too.
If I knew my kids were fine and my whatever work that means right now is fine, and I thought I would, but I think I would just like read all day, and and I'd have it, and then I would just sort of sip my tequila and I don't know, be peaceful.
Sounds divine. What is the best life lesson you could teach your daughters?
To have confidence in who they are, listen to their instincts, and never be arrogant.
How do you teach humility? That's not on the list, but I'm asking because I think about it all the time.
Humility can be a little bit of a dangerous thing only because it makes you smaller. Walk into a room humble, it means you're smaller. But if you can walk into a room confident as to who you are, but not to be arrogant, meaning not being higher than or better than anybody else. So that's the kind of conversation I try to have. Be polite, be kind, but arrogance we have no room for that.
When is the last time you laughed and why?
We laugh every day. We laugh every day, and it's usually my husband making fun of me. And it's so funny to me, and it doesn't hurt. I guess not yet. It's been 20 years, but he makes fun of my little idiosyncrasies and my earnestness of things. And he brings it back out, and then the kids sort of catch up on that. And and it just makes me belly laugh because I feel comfortable enough with them, and they make fun of me.
What's your quirkiest idiosyncrasy?
It's just, I say things that sound like they've been written in a magnet on a refrigerator, but I mean them, I'll say, "Oh, our fallen." And he's like, "What, are you from a novel? Like, what do you I don't know. I just say these things like, I think there's something in our midst. And he's like, "Oh, really? Is there something in our midst?" I think of them poetically in my head, and then when they come out, they sound a little ridiculous.
Well, you're an actress. You have a flair for the dramatic.
I think so. I mean, I was saying before, my little daughter used to say to me, "I love you so much, it hurts. It hurts. Kill." And so I was like, that's the kind of, impassioned way I speak sometimes, and they make fun of me.
I love it. I love it. What have you learned during quarantine?
That I need fewer social engagements. I need fewer people around. I need less. I really want to stop the noise that I've allowed in my life for decades, and the revving up and the constant motion and I was just getting ready. It's like doing the hair and the makeup and the thing and the production and the stuff. And it's all it's just anxiety. It's unnecessary. There's so many unnecessary things that as people, I don't want to spend my time doing for this next part of my life.
Do you Google yourself?
No, absolutely not. No. My kids have done it every now and then, and there's just too much, and there's too many opinions. Even though it's a Google, it's still an opinion, and I think I would get a little cuckoo with it. I just can't.
I'm right there with you. The next question is, do you read the comments if you post on social media?
No. And I learned that from my daughters. They were like, "Ma, don't read the comments." I was like, "Oh." And my husband will read the comments. He doesn't even have Instagram. And he's like, "You're going to get in trouble for doing that, or that's happened, and that's negative." And I was like, "What idiot reads the comments?"
No way. It's like a road to heartache. Don't read the comments. And that goes for everybody. Okay, this is important if we're going to be best friends. Do you prefer texting or talking on the phone?
I prefer talking on the phone. Or at least FaceTime, only because if it's a thing like, let's meet at 6 or let's do this, that's fine on text. But I find things that are necessary to really exchange, tone gets changed. And I've seen it with my girls. They're in drama and they just text it. And I sat my daughter down and I said, I'm going to read this text to you 2 ways. As an actress, I read it lovingly as it meant, and then I read it snarkily, like emphasizing certain words. And I said, now you don't know which one is the intention. So I think text is dangerous.
That is a really, really good way to explain it. I'm filing that away for when my kids get a phone in like 40 years.
Yeah, because send them to me. I'll be so weathered and, I will be so ready at that point.
Brooke, our 6 minutes is up. You did a great job.
I knew I talked too much.
No, I love it. I love it so much. Thank you so much. Can't wait to see you in person and give you a real hug.
Thank you. I look forward to it, Savannah. Blessed to you and your family.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What's your go-to song right now? Oh my gosh, The Juice by Lizzo. Do you know that one?
I don't. How does it go?
Oh, you don't want that from me.
Oh, but I do. Adi Bryant here for 6 Minute Marathon. Do you know how this works?
I think I do.
Okay, we're going to answer as many questions as we can in 6 minutes. Let's start the clock.
Woo!
Do you make New Year's resolutions?
I really don't. I always kind of make like a general one that's like, I hope to have a nice year. You know?
Hopefully things will be good.
Yeah.
Do you have any irrational fears?
I'm really scared of birds.
Really?
So scared of
all
birds.
All birds or a particular kind?
Pretty much all birds.
Yeah.
Once we did a sketch where someone had like an owl, like a real owl, in the studio, and I was like, I don't trust him. I don't want him near me.
Well, owls are terrifying.
Yeah.
They would definitely claw you.
And he doesn't want to be in a studio.
No.
He wants to kill me.
No. Have you ever had a bird like fly into your house by accident? You're from Arizona, and so am I.
Oh yes.
This used to happen all the time.
Or a lizard.
Oh gosh, I know, it's really funny. The Wild West.
Can't handle it.
What could you spend all day talking about?
Ooh. Oh, probably the Real Housewives.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Who's your favorite housewife?
Wow. The toughest question you could absolutely
I know.
ask
Okay,
me.
how about the favorite city? Which is your favorite?
I love New York.
Okay.
It's like, I love Dorinda, all of them. They're pretty great.
Yeah, I like it too. I watch for the outfits. What do you watch for?
Same, and for the drama. I love when they fight about their dogs. I could watch it forever.
Okay, what about a time you failed? What did you
Which
learn?
time?
No, but what? And the follow-up is, what did you learn from it?
Oh
what
my
was it, and
gosh.
what did you learn?
Yeah, I mean, there's many different options to think about, but I mean, for me, like, I used to do a lot of touring comedy, you know, and those are like, you're going into these spaces where you don't know anyone, and it can be really intimidating, and then sometimes it doesn't go well, and you do a very bad job, and no one laughs, and in a weird way, I've found that those things have, like, helped me, because when I do SNL or something, I'm like, well, this audience is excited to be here. I don't know, I sometimes lean on those failures to be like, I made it through that, and now it's all easy breezy.
Yeah, it makes sense. It actually does. It kind of gives you more confidence if you survive that.
Yeah.
You can survive SNL.
Come on.
I didn't even plan this, but what has been your favorite SNL sketch character?
Oh my gosh, also a tough choice.
Like picking Real Housewives.
Yeah, I mean, it's like picking my favorite daughter. I guess, I don't know, I love, this is very general, but I love like all the sketches recently that I've done with Kate McKinnon. She's like the best, and it's so fun. We just did an update recently that I loved, so yeah.
You like meat, Colin?
Colin, you a big meat boy, Colin?
Not closer, no. I would not say that I'm a big meat boy, but I eat meat. Yeah, I like meat.
I think we got a big meat boy.
There's something about her. I just look at her and I start laughing.
Yeah.
She just has that effect
She's
on
got
people. She does. Oh, this is an interesting one. Let's say you're a new addition to the crayon box.
Oh.
What color would you be and why? Barbara Walters sent that one in.
Oh, well, I feel like maybe a pink of some sort, because I feel like I'm naturally easily sunburned, and I try to keep it bubbly, I guess. I don't know.
This color would be good for the crayon
Oh
box.
yeah, I could get into this
It's
one
a
too.
limey, it's good. I hope people can see your eyes are popping.
Oh.
Let's talk about Arizona. I'm going off script here.
Yeah.
Were you the kind to like suntan yourself?
No, I was, because I couldn't get tan, I could only burn.
Me too, I'd have like red stripes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but so now when I go to the dermatologist though, still, they're always like, oh, we gotta check your freckles and moles, because I was just in the sun as a kid, always, you know?
How often do you go back there?
A lot. Like I'll go at Christmas and then usually a couple times in the summer if I can, so yeah. Do you go back?
I do. My mom still lives there in the house I grew up in.
Oh my God!
How would you describe the heat of Arizona? Phoenix. I mean, Tucson's hot, but Phoenix was. We always made ourselves feel better that Phoenix was worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's just relentless. Like, and also my school, like, didn't have a cafeteria, so we ate outside year round. And like in the winter, it's kind of nice, but in the summer, I just remember like eating a, peanut butter sandwich and just like sweating, what a hell.
I know, it is, I know. What's your favorite 90s jam?
Oh my gosh. I love like all Toni Braxton, Unbreak My Heart. Is that 90s or is that early 2000s?
We're just gonna call it 90s.
Great.
If you could witness any event of the past, present, or future, what would it be?
Oh my gosh.
I know, that narrowed it down.
I mean, maybe I would love to see a female president. So a future?
Yeah.
Let's say that. I hope to see that.
Okay. If you had to start a side hustle, what would it be?
I feel like maybe like interior design. I love that kind of stuff, and I could shop forever. So I'm like, if someone will pay me to shop for them, great.
That'd be cool. What's your go-to song right now?
Oh my gosh, The Juice by Lizzo. Do you know that one?
I don't. How does it go?
Oh, you don't want that from me.
Oh, but I do. If you had another career, what would it be?
Oh man, I don't know. Maybe dog walking.
Do you have dogs?
Yeah, I love my dog. Yes.
What kind of dog?
He's like a terrier poodle mix,
What's
but
his
not
name?
in like a cute way, more in like a messed up mutt way.
He's
His
right. He's
name's
like from the
Fuzz.
mean streets. He's smoking right now.
He has like a weird patch of fur that's black, and like he's a mess. Many medical problems.
What's the best advice you've ever received or given?
Oh man, I think the best advice I was ever given was early when I started performing and we were like pitching sketch ideas. I used to always sort of start my ideas by being like, okay, well this is stupid and it might not work, but I didn't work on it that hard, but here it is. And I had a director say like, you don't have to apologize for anything that you're about to present, just say your idea and know that it's worthy. And I have used that like in so many different aspects of my life where I'm like, yeah, I don't need to apologize for what I'm bringing out,
Yeah, get rid of the preamble.
Yeah,
just say it.
just say it.
All right. I was going to ask you how do you find balance in your life, but we're out of time. Plus, do you know how to find balance just in case
Hell
if you did?
no.
Okay, so forget that question. Adie Bryant, thank you. Her new show on Hulu is called Shrill and SNL on Saturdays.
Why not?
Live.
Thank you.
Thanks, honey.
This was
so fun.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Hey, SG, before we let you go, we know you've been limited to where you can go because of the COVID restrictions, obviously. What have you been up to, like, to get through the day? What you been doing?
Well, I told you guys the other day that you're allowed to go for a 15-minute walk every day. So one of the things you can do, and I cannot wait to introduce you to this marvel, it's a convenience store. It's called Lawson's. And it is incredible. I think we have some video. Okay, we're just walking. This is right by our hotel, guys. Look at this convenience store. It's amazing. They have, like, literally, look at all that. That's all different kinds of ramen. They sell shirts. They sell every kind of candy, every kind of wasabi peas. There's an entire Hello Kitty section, Hoda, for you. I mean, it's just incredible. But here's the other thing that was like an absolute incredible find. Right behind me there, there are these chicken nuggets that apparently were Anthony Bourdain's favorite chicken nuggets, his favorite thing to eat in all of Tokyo. I have some right here.
And?
Okay, these are Anthony Bourdain's chicken nuggets, delicious. He also loves the egg salad sandwich, supposed to be great. Another thing, guys, this is famous in Tokyo. Oh, it's so sticky.
What is
it? Giant rainbow cotton candy, which is it's perfect for Instagram. It's made here in Tokyo. You can get some. It's delicious. So you will not be starved here in Tokyo. We've got everything we need. And then, of course, I told you can't go to the gym or anything. Yeah. So I've been telling you that you're gonna have to create your own workout. So I then
No, you didn't.
As promised.
No.
Step aerobics. Remember the 90s? They were good to all of us. I did some aerobics in my hotel room. I'm planning on teaching you guys these moves.
Okay.
So hurry up and get here already.
Go, Jane Fonda, go. Okay, wait. I want to see the set because I feel like we've seen a tight shot of you. Will you show us?
Yeah. Well, this is my first day actually on our big set that we're going to be on. So, okay, I'm going to give you a tour. I'm going to keep, this is actually stuck to my hand now. Like, I can't. I'm going to sleep with it. So, over here is where we're gonna sit, okay? Isn't it pretty? Now, then you can see, we're by all the venues. That's beach volleyball over there, and over there the triathletes are gonna be actually, I think, starting tomorrow maybe. Then over here we'll have guests and things like that. We've got these beautiful trees. Look at these gorgeous Japanese lanterns. We have these wind chimes, so actually you might hear the little tinkle of wind chimes during our set. Like, I don't think this is ever coming off. And look over there. Is this a little taste of home, a Statue of Liberty, which was actually given and put up, it's not as big as our Statue of Liberty, but it's pretty big, 20 years ago to honor the relationship between Japan and France. So for now, I will send it back to you.
That's
like it's never coming
You
off.
get the impression that Esther's getting a little delirious?
Yeah, I think it's happening.
A little delirious?
Savannah, good luck. That's
Okay,
never.
got it.
Oh, great. Great.
I'm good.
And now she's a smoke. Welcome to our Today All Day special, The Upside. I'm Craig Melvin. The Upside is all about uplifting people and stories that show the true grit of the human spirit. And after spending an amazing 2 weeks at the Tokyo Olympics, we couldn't help but think about the power of sports. So today we're going to shine a light on how sports changes lives, helping folks overcome obstacles both on and off the field. Now, traditionally, the sport of rowing isn't known for its diversity. While talent is everywhere, access is not. But that didn't stop the students of St. Benedict's Prep in Newark, New Jersey. With the help of a dedicated coach, they changed all that. And as you'll see, the school has a bit of a habit of turning tradition on its head. Spending a day at St. Benedict's Prep in Newark, New Jersey will leave you nothing short of inspired. Heart and hustle are everywhere.
Thanks on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thanks. On campus and 4.5 miles off.
Yes, Jamil, that's what I want.
On the Passaic River.
You know, you're making a change if it feels uncomfortable.
That's where you'll find Coach Craig White.
I graduated from St. Benedict's. I live in Newark. I've lived in Newark my whole life. What makes St. Benedict's Prep different is everything.
And he's not kidding. The students take charge here. So when one asked him to start a crew team, he had no choice but to take it up with the headmaster, Father Leahy.
And I told him, I said, no, crew's too expensive, Craig. We can't do crew. One day I was walking around the property, walked through a door and tripped over an erg. So I called Craig. I said, Craig, what the heck is the erg doing here? Oh, somebody just gave it to me. Gave up some story, right? Ergs kept multiplying. And then one day I look across my room in the monastery, just thinking, 8-man shell. Craig, he just ignored me. So now you're here doing a story on the crew team.
What started as a leap of faith is now a 10-year success story.
We're consistently getting higher and higher and higher and higher up the rankings. Our kids this year, they advanced to the semifinals at Stokesbury Cup for the first time in a decade.
I never really imagined that I could be a part of something so big. When I got to the team, I was just surprised that, wow, this actually exists. And it was really one of the first things that I could dedicate myself to.
That dedication got Yamil, Jaden, and Alvaro a ticket to U.S. Rowing's Olympic Development Program. And now they're dreaming bigger than they could have ever imagined.
My dream one day is to make the Olympics.
I would love to go to the Olympics.
My dream is to make the Olympics.
If one of my kids is on the Olympics, I'm probably gonna break the television. You know, screaming and throwing stuff, but it's great. Do we have a future Olympian in this group? Yes. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
While gold medals would be nice, Coach White says it's the character building on and off the water where the real magic happens.
Every time I have to do something hard, I think about it. I've been on the erg for 90 minutes straight before. I just think about that and be like, okay, I can do this. If I can do that, if I can do 90 minutes on the erg, I can definitely do this.
What we do on the water every day, without question, changes lives. When the kids come to us and they're a part of the team, they change for a couple of reasons. One, first off, they learn and they understand that I have power to make my life better. It's not just about the sport, you know? It's about, am I making myself better? Not just interpersonally, but am I becoming a better athlete, holistically better? Is my technique improving? Are my grades improving? Is my relationship with my family improving? And every generation of kids, every year, they raise the bar. And they do that themselves.
But they'll tell you, none of this would be possible without Coach White.
He's like the guy.
This is the guy. He's just the guy.
He does a lot for us. He sacrifices a lot for us.
He's kind of like a second father to me.
These kids are so grateful for everything. They're grateful for each other. They're grateful for the experience. And you could literally ask them to move mountains, and they'll do it.
From changing lives to changing the world of rowing to recognize the value of diversity in the sport, Coach says he's just getting started.
The rowing community in our country in particular struggles. it struggled to be able to diversify the sport. You know, our kids get hooked the minute that they get in the boat. So all we have to do is to provide access, you know, open a door. And then once the kids walk through it, they want to do it every day. I want these kids to have whatever they want. I want them to be able to grow into the world. They have the grit, they have the intelligence, they have the work ethic. So to be able to share myself and my family and my time with these kids, to be able to watch them grow, to be able to do what was done for me to another generation of young people. What else is there, you know?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Skateboarding made its Olympic debut this year, but it's a 46-year-old newcomer and mom of two who has everyone talking. Known by her alter ego, Auntie Skates, Orby Roy's uplifting and inspiring skating videos have gone viral on TikTok, proving she's not your average auntie.
When I get on a skateboard, it is the most liberating feeling I've ever experienced. And whatever problems that I'm having in my life, they just go away. Yay! And when I get in a sari and I start flying in the bowl, it's just really fun. I feel very lucky that I found skateboarding. I could have lived my whole life and never found it.
Meet Orby Roy, also known as Auntie Skates on social media. She's a 46-year-old mother of two who started to skateboard just 3 years ago.
When I started skateboarding as a family, I started an Instagram account just to track our progress for fun and feel good about us as a family skateboarding together, and it made me really happy. Then in January of 2021, it was a particularly dark period for, I think, a lot of people with COVID, and everybody just seemed depressed. People weren't even hiding it anymore. And myself included. I think that mental health, everybody's mental health was suffering. So I created Auntie Skates as a way to spread joy and positivity. I started a TikTok account. I had never even been on TikTok before. And I took a character, Auntie, and I just started posting really fun, uplifting videos. I had created the character Auntie some time ago in improv, and I may or may not have been disciplining my children with that accent.
Hello everybody, it's Auntie. I'm out in the cold weather in Canada to do a rock to fakie. First try. Ready?
That was one piece of it. And the other piece of it was I was getting on Instagram more, and I started following young South Asian women. And I started to notice that they were complaining often about auntie. And every culture has that toxic person in their lives, the person that tries to bring them down, the person that's always judging them, you know, the person that says, "Why aren't you married yet?" And every culture has that, my culture included. So why not be the person that builds people up? And that's why Auntie Skates was created, specifically.
And it wasn't just her age that made her stand out in the skate park.
As a South Asian woman, I do wear traditional dress often for special occasions, weddings. Any chance I can to wear a sari, I will wear it. A sari is a traditional Indian outfit that women wear, and it's a long piece of cloth that you wrap around yourself. It comes in really bright, vibrant colors. I like to have fun as a skateboarder. I like to have fun as a mom. And I took Auntie Skates a little bit further, and I put Auntie in a sari, and I skated the bowl.
Orby didn't realize the impact that she would have on others.
It was the comments that people were leaving, from the 40-year-old man who used to skate as a kid and bought a board because of me, to the young Indian girl in a village in India who said, if you can do it, I can do it. It resonated with so many people in so many different ways.
Roy was always someone that took risks, even when she was a young girl.
My parents are immigrants. They came to this country in the 60s, and I think when they came to this country, they had culture shock. They didn't really feel comfortable raising a daughter in a new, more liberal country, and I think what happened was they kind of doubled down on their old school values. They were doing what they thought was best for me, and they were setting some standards based on their own fears. And the great thing about my parents is that they learned from their mistakes. Yes, I got a computer science degree. Yes, I worked on Wall Street. But that day that I called my father and told him I was walking away from this job, and he supported me, and my mom supported me, I knew that I would always have my parents' support no matter what crazy thing I did. And with Auntie Skates, the fact that I was doing skateboarding in the first place, they were behind me immediately.
Sadly, Roy lost her beloved father, Shamit, this year.
I've always leapt before I looked, and the reason why I've been able to do that is because of my father's support. He always had my back, and he would gently guide me.
Family support has always guided Roy, and it was her husband, and ultimately becoming a mother, that made her want to pick up a skateboard and try.
When I first started talking to Sanjeev, skateboarding came up right away. He told me he sprained his ankle skateboarding and he couldn't come and meet me and that I should come and meet him. And I immediately asked him, are you a pro skater? I had no concept of adult skateboarding. And he said, I'm not a pro skater, I'm an adult skateboarder, I just like to skateboard.
She just fell in love with it. Next thing you know, I get a text message of her dropping in on a quarter pipe and and like falling on her butt and laughing. And yeah, I think that was it. That hooked you.
When we're sessioning, which is a bunch of us skating together, we just feed off of each other's energy and we push each other to try new tricks. We celebrate together, and we also push each other a little bit. Why not?
Roy believes skateboarding has actually made her a better parent.
Let's go! Yeah! I can do it! What's up?
There's a lot of life lessons to be learned in skateboarding. I've watched my kids' confidence grow so much as they skateboard. And they also learn a little bit about perseverance. You're not going to get something right away. It's not going to be handed to you. Sometimes I'm mad, sometimes I'm frustrated.
Mama, you say I'm the drama queen. I am the drama queen.
They see all the emotions that I go through and they see me get through it. And that's what they're mimicking that behavior now. Sometimes people are at the skate park and they're a little bit nervous. And I always go to those people and say, how are you doing? Do you need some help? And now they do the same thing too. And just the fact that they have compassion and empathy and that they've learned that, it makes me so proud. It makes me so proud. That's parenting 101, I guess.
People ask her, are your kids embarrassed of you starting this thing? And we're not. We're really proud of her. Like, there's no reason to be embarrassed. Like, if you have like a super cool parent or a super cool mom, be proud of it.
As a 46-year-old woman who gets into a bowl and skates in a sari, I want people to know that you can do anything you want. Be kind to yourself and follow those dreams. Do that thing you thought was too late to do. Do the thing that makes you happy. Auntie believes in you.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Turning obstacles into opportunities might seem daunting for some, but not for weightlifter Chris Rudin, who has dedicated his life to teaching others how to live without limitations.
A lot of people know that I was born with a disability, but a lot of people don't know the story behind the glove and why I've kept it on for so long. I started wearing this glove in middle school. I was used to the looks, but it wasn't until I went to middle school that kids started making fun of me. So this is the first time I am taking my glove off in front of people I've hidden from everyone else and myself, and I can't anymore. I really can't.
I remember making that video, uploaded it to YouTube, I closed my laptop, and I just didn't look at it. I was like, I don't care what happens, I'm just gonna avoid it. And I woke up to being on the front page of YouTube, on the front page of Reddit, and all over the internet. Washington Post picked it up, and just everyone ran with it.
This is me. It's a part of me. It's something I have to learn to fully accept. And I guess you do too.
My name is Chris Rudin, and I was born with 2 fingers on my left hand and a shorter left arm. I never even thought that there was other people like me. I accepted that I was different, and for a long time I accepted that I was broken. I accepted that I was less than. I always told myself that I never needed to stop hiding, to the point where I wouldn't leave my house if I couldn't find my glove. I've had to even text my dad, I'm like, hey, I need a glove, and he would go to the store to get me one because I wouldn't leave the house. I refused. But I set a goal, if I ever got a prosthetic arm, which is almost impossible to get, that I would take my glove off and I would show the world. Since my last post, I have been invited to be on a TV show hosted by The Rock.
I never thought I would take my glove off and show people my disability. I'm here for every kid that's afraid of being different, every kid that's afraid of the way they look or the way they are. I'm here to show that it's possible, and I hope every kid in America knows limitations are self-imposed.
Great job. Thank you. To look back and go from the kid who was hiding, the kid who was ashamed to be in front of everyone, to being on magazine covers, being on billboards with The Rock, a guy who used to play with his action figures, and speaking all around the world, making a book, breaking a world record in deadlifting over 650 pounds with one hand against non-disabled people. All of that is amazing, but every day I get to help someone have that light bulb moment of, hey, I'm more than my circumstance, is the best feeling in the world. Super early this morning, but it's time to head to Nubability. Nubability is a nonprofit organization that teaches kids with limb differences how to play organized sports. I'm really excited to meet the kids, to see how the camp is. I never really had any of this growing up, so it'll be fun. How you doing? This is my first year as a coach at Nubability.
When you think of the word overcomer, it's every single person in this room.
What I really love about Nubability is there's archery, fishing, basketball, football, every sport you could imagine, even lifting weights. But more than just the sports, it's the opportunity to overcome any obstacle that this limb difference or amputation might present.
Snag it. Oh, that's all right, man. Good hustle.
Go. Oh my God, I'm so glad I got to see you. Are you fishing? Yes. Bonding with the next generation makes me feel impactful. It makes me feel like I'm serving some sort of higher purpose beyond the struggle that I have, but the struggles that everyone else faces. You can reel up the line a little bit. Come on, you gotta know we're gonna catch fish.
Mr. Chris is awesome, kind, sweet, nice to others. Mr. Chris is one of my most favorite people in the world.
Got it. Reel it in.
And the most funnest one I've ever met.
Boom! Boom! That's a catfish. Good job. One more time. All the way down. Chest up, knees out. Up. Good job.
Good job.
I'm stretching. I was teaching kids strength and conditioning, but what I was really teaching them is unwavering confidence. Up. Let's go. The ability to be resilient and the ability to adapt for any circumstance. The most fulfilling moment today was definitely watching this guy who was definitely taken aback by like everything. He deadlifted for the first time in his life, and he was emotional. He was definitely emotional, and it got me to watch a kid go from being timid to confident. You just did 4 different workouts in 2 seconds.
That was cool.
I love that light bulb moment that took me 17 years to happen. It takes them a few minutes. Look at you doing pull-ups. It's important not to hide who you are, because in hiding, you'll never discover who you actually are. All you will be is a carbon copy of everyone else, and the world has enough other people, and the world doesn't have any of you. Good job. So why rob the world and the next generation of the potential and the reach and the impact that you can be by being yourself? Being seen makes me feel like a person who's not broken. And the biggest moment of feeling seen was when I looked at my mirror and I wasn't ashamed of what I saw anymore. The upside to my story is, regardless of what life throws at you, there's always a way to make it to the top.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Today on The Upside, we're shining a light on the ways sports uplift and inspire. Up next, we're going to introduce you to a young boxer who's doing just that, fighting to claim a place for women in a sport still dominated by men.
I didn't think when I had started boxing that I was gonna come this far. I didn't know I was gonna grow this fast.
This is Violet, the warrior princess Lopez.
I would probably say I'm more of a warrior than a princess.
A 13-year-old boxer from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who's shaking up the world of youth boxing.
People say boxing is not meant for girls. I want them to see me as someone who shows you that you can do the sport you love, even though it's a sport that people say is not meant for you.
Violet was born with the heart of a fighter.
She's our youngest female boxer ever to compete out of the United Community Center. And I taught her from scratch, from a kid that didn't know nothing.
One day I was at home and my dad came home from work and he was like, your cousins are gonna do boxing. Do you wanna try it to see if you like it? They looked around, they trained a little bit, and then as the weeks went on, she just got more and more into it.
At just 8 years old, Violet won her first fight. She was forced to wait 2 years for her next fight because there wasn't another female competitor in her age group.
Early on in her career, she was always down on herself because she never knew when she was going to get a fight. Being a female in boxing and then being an 8-year-old female, there's not many 8-year-old females that want to get punched in the face.
For 2 years, she just trained. They would have show fights here and all the boys are fighting, but she wasn't. She was just watching from the stands. She started to kind of think if it was for her because she didn't feel like there was enough room for females in boxing just because there was no opportunities for them.
I think that she realizes now that it's just part of the sport for female boxers.
That's the last round, okay? 20 seconds.
Not being able to get a fight and her crying because she wanted to fight, that's just as bad as losing.
But Violet didn't let that stop her. By 12 years old, she was the top-ranked amateur boxer in the country in her division, winning gold at the Junior Olympics and 5 national championships.
I want everyone to know that I worked really hard to get to where I am right now, and it's not always easy.
One of Violet's biggest challenges is outside the ring, fighting the stereotypes that are familiar to many female athletes.
Their biggest challenge is the fact that they are a female and not a male. People just assuming that they have it easier, people thinking that the training may be different for them, not as hard, they don't have to do as much. To see her cry in her bedroom. To say that my daughter wouldn't have national championships if she were a boy because it'd be so much harder and that's real boxing is just crap.
Nonetheless, Violet persisted.
Leading up to Lake Charles, I thought we had a really good camp. She knew she had to step it up and she had to fight harder, prepare harder. Violet persevered. She outboxed them. She did what she had to do.
I'm really happy. I'm glad that I got another win in my book.
Violet was poised to have her best season ever in 2020.
2020 was going to be the year that I just skyrocketed. But no, the coronavirus came along. It impacted me so much. I had to take off a year of showing people what I can do and who I want to be and what I want to change for boxing.
Violet's gym closed in March of 2020, and she had 3 of her upcoming tournaments canceled because of the pandemic. Her next national tournament was set for March 2021.
I'm looking forward to fighting because I haven't fought in it's going to be a whole year once that time comes. Not having fought in a while, it is going to be a little more difficult because I'm going to have to get back into the groove of things. I just always tell her to continue to be her and work as hard as she can, and that'll just be enough. To always know what you want, continue to be who you are, and just do the best that you can. We can't always expect you to win and be perfect.
Violet finished 3rd in the Youth National Championships. After that one loss, Violet's national ranking dropped from 1st to 3rd.
I think I needed that loss. That was my first loss in a long time. I gotta work harder because I want to get back to the #1 spot because that's where I should be. I'm graduating 8th grade, so I'm going to become a high schooler in a few months. My birthday is coming up too, so I'll be 14.
I'm beyond proud. I'm beyond proud. There's not a word. For what we've accomplished and for what we've done together, I just don't feel like people can take that away from me.
In July, Violet's home gym reopened, and she earned a bronze medal at the 2021 Junior Olympics in Lubbock, Texas. Next up, she's aiming for that #1 ranking.
My goal is to get my #1 spot back because that's what I want, period.
Probably cause I am a star and I got what it takes. Cause I'm finna go far, finna win first place.
That's it for us on the Upside, Power of Sports. Hope you walk away inspired by the incredible people and stories that we showcased today, proving that you don't have to be an elite athlete to experience the life-changing power of sport.
Thanks for doing this, Her. Great to see you.
Great to see you.
I want to tell you right out of the box, this is the highest elevation we've ever done one of these interviews. 101 stories.
I've never been this high up in my life. This is crazy.
It's kind of crazy, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's beautiful though.
We felt like it was perfect for you given where you are right now, on top of the game with this year you've had between playing the Super Bowl and a Grammy and an Oscar. How does it feel to be in the middle of this moment right now?
I don't know how to describe it. It kind of feels like this view. You know, it's like all you can do is just sit and enjoy it and be thankful for it. And that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like taking every moment, trying to seize every moment. And I know this is just the beginning, which is really like scary, but amazing in a way. So I'm just taking it all in, and I know that this is a very special situation. You know, I know that this doesn't happen all the time. So I'm just so grateful.
So we're just a couple of days away from your 24th birthday.
Yes.
It's kind of crazy, and I know you can't stop and let it wash over you completely because you're moving around doing so much, but have you processed at all what these few months have been like and how early in your career these things have started to happen for you?
I guess so. I have been thinking about it like, wow. And of course you have those doubts like, do I deserve this? You know, do I deserve to be here? And I have to remember, you know, I've been doing music for pretty much my whole life. You know, I've worked for so many years, and I have to give myself more credit. You know, I have to say, you're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. You're exactly where you're supposed to be. You've worked for it, and you should be proud of yourself. So I've just been working on being proud of myself. Because of course, you know, when you create this art and you do these things, you're, you know, the hardest on yourself. So I'm always hard on myself, but now I've really been taking the moment to like, you know, pat myself on the back.
It feels like people in the music industry and real fans of music have known you for several years, but when you stood up there during the Super Bowl and did America the Beautiful with that guitar and you were by yourself and singing and playing, I think a huge audience of football fans or, you know, a part of the country that maybe didn't even know who you were stopped and said, who is that? How special was that performance for you?
It was very special, and the timing, I think, couldn't have been more perfect because you see a young black woman, black Filipino woman up there on the stage, you know, playing electric guitar, and I don't think you see that very often, you know, especially on a stage like that. So I just felt so like excited and nervous at the same time because it is, you know, one of the biggest stages ever. But it was so much fun. My mom was there with me, and like I know she was super proud. So, you know, we'll be back for a halftime show one of these days.
You will. I bet you will. I always think about when I see somebody singing the national anthem or just being alone on a stage that big. Mm-hmm. Do the nerves come in different than other performances? Do you think, oh, there are 100 million people watching this?
Oh yeah, sometimes, definitely. But it takes about like 2 words or a line, and then I'm in it. I'm in the performance and I'm nowhere else.
You click into that zone.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, you corrected me when you were right. I almost caught myself when I said so early in your career started when you were a toddler, basically sitting at the piano, and you were on the Today Show when you were 10 years old.
Yeah.
2007, sitting in a piano in a little fur vest you had on.
Yes.
And your parents were in the studio and Hoda was interviewing you, and then you played Alicia Keys.
Yeah.
And now tomorrow, you're getting ready to go stand on that city concert stage with a big crowd on a Friday afternoon. That's a kind of a crazy full circle moment.
It is. There's been tons of those full circle moments. And I think that's what really shows me that I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. But you know, it is early in my career. It's fair to say that. You know, I'm only 23 years old, so I still got a whole lot of years of doing this thing, you know, to be in it and do my thing. It's like crazy to think that I'm only 23 and so much has happened, but
And
It is early.
And so back of your mind, I was reading, is technically your debut album.
I mean,
What
I
does that
wouldn't
mean
say,
exactly? Because we've been listening to you for years.
I wouldn't call it debut album. I would
Okay.
call it my first official album,
Okay.
just because I've released EPs before.
Right.
You know, it's only been EPs and then combined into one project. But this is my first official, you know, full body of work, like album.
And so what went into this? What was in the back of your mind? You were just saying, I've been listening to these songs on my phone for a couple of years now,
Yeah.
and now they're out in the world. What's in the back of your mind?
So much is in the back of my mind. I think this album is pieces of Volume 1 and what got me here in the first place, you know, and it's elevated, and it's the growth. It's more musical. There's elements of live drums and you know, live keys and band feels, but there's also, you know, pieces of like more trap drums and new R&B sounds, and I think all of that is in this project. It's not just one specific period of time. It's everything up until this point.
You've said when you write a song, it's sort of another way of writing a diary almost, that you put your
Absolutely.
thoughts down. So what specifically has been on your mind for the last couple of years? What was coming out of your diary?
What was coming out of my diary? It's all in the music. I'm not going to tell you because I have everything revealed in the music.
Okay, I've been listening to it, so I know, but for people who are going to go out and listen to it, when you decide to put out something this personal in an album like this, what is the process? I mean, you said it's been a couple of years, but like you start with the blank page, and what do you want to say when you're putting out your album?
You know, it's moment by moment. It's what do I feel today, or what did I feel yesterday, you know, that I need to get out on this paper, you know, in this song. And when I do that, you don't realize you're working towards a body of work. You know, at least I don't realize that, oh, this is actually a story because it's my life. It's just a collection of songs that represent different feelings and different moods. I'm super moody, so there's so many different moods, you know, that go into this project. And yeah, it's like I went into the studio thinking I'm just gonna make great music. I'm gonna make a good song. It doesn't matter what's in it. I don't care if it's a flute or if it's a trap hi-hat. You know, it doesn't matter. If it's a great song, it's a great song. And to me, some of the best songs sound great, you know, when they're stripped down. So if they sound good like that, then they're gonna sound good any kind of way. And that's kind of what I start with. And with this project, I thought it's really time to make a full body of work. It's time to work towards. I had been touring from 2017 to 2019 pretty much. You know, I just was touring. So I never had time to really buckle down and like just focus in the studio on a full body of work. And this was that.
One of the things I love about you is you can't put your music into a box. People want to say, what kind of music? I mean, it's R&B, yes, but it's a little bit of older blues. It's Jimi Hendrix on the guitar. So when you were growing up, I love your list of influences, because I don't think most people would expect it from a kid who grew up in the 2000s talking about names like B.B. King and Hendrix and Prince, to go along with Mariah and Whitney and all the people who influenced you. So when you were growing up in your house, I mentioned you were a toddler playing the piano on your dad's lap.
Yep.
How did this music thing start for you?
It was just, it seemed like it was there. It was like, you know, my dad's band was playing in the living room when my mom was pregnant. So I was probably, you know, in the womb, like, I'm gonna do this, you know, like probably. And when I was growing up, it was like, there was all kinds of music around me, you know. I was blessed to grow up in an extended family home where it was my grandparents that grew up in the Philippines, you know, they were in the house with us. So they were listening to Johnny Mathis and Barry Manilow and Celine Dion. And then my mom was listening to her favorite, you know, R&B artists like, you know, Jodeci and people like that. And then my dad was listening to funk and James Brown and Hendrix, as well as Eric Clapton, and as well as Ozzy Osbourne and AC/DC, because he was just such a guitar, you know, guy. And then my uncle was playing, you know, Aaliyah and Joe and, you know, Usher and people like that. So I was exposed to so many different types of music, and I loved it all. I loved it all because I just heard all the details, you know, of everything, and I took it all in and was like, maybe I can make this, you know. And I didn't think I thought about that really, but I just did, you know. I just did, and music was just something I loved. It wasn't about the genre or the style. It was just, this is music.
Good morning, welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It seems to me you've always been comfortable performing. Maybe that's not true, but just watching you in that interview when you're 10 years old, the poise you had even during the interview. So you got to sit and talk to these two strangers for a while before you play this song by someone you look up to, Alicia Keys on national television. Where do you get your stage presence? Is that from your dad too?
I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. You know, my dad, he would go on stage and it would be, you know, 2 people in the audience and he's going crazy, you know, no matter who's in the audience. Or it's 100 people at a club or a festival and he's going crazy. And, you know, they were a cover band, so they would play songs like, you know, James Brown, Get On Up, and then they would play Sweet Home Alabama. Like, it was like there was he just had so much fun. And I think maybe watching him have so much fun on stage encouraged me too. I don't know. Maybe.
Was there ever a chance you weren't going to be a musician? I know you flirted with the idea of being a dentist for a little while.
When I was a kid, it was going to be something like probably in the medical field. You know, when you have an Asian mother, like the pressure of of the Asian family home, sometimes it's like, you know, success is like you got to become a doctor or like a nurse, you know. So I think that was definitely going to be in the plans, and then that didn't work out. So it just became a musician instead.
So in your heart, you knew you were going to be a musician.
I think so. I think I decided, it was a given. But when I graduated high school, I really decided I'm going to do this thing 100%. I'm going to be fully invested in this. And yeah.
Have there ever been, once you decided, have there been bumps along the way where you said, man, this is a tough business. I don't know how to break through. I don't know if this is going to work out. And obviously you've overcome all that if you had it. But have you been frustrated at certain points in your rise?
Absolutely. I've been blessed with an amazing team, MBK Entertainment, who believe in artist development. And they saw me when I was on the Today Show when I was 10 years old. And everybody saw something in me that I don't even think I saw in myself. But shortly after that, I got signed to RCA Records, to MBK RCA. And I was 14. And, of course, people around you are like, oh, you're going to be a huge star. Like, right away. They think that's how it works. And I think I knew that's not how it works, just because I had been exposed so young and watching other artists. But of course, throughout those years, I'm working on my craft and I'm being patient, but I'm watching so many other artists, become successful. They were managing Elle Varner and K. Michelle and Brandy and Alicia Keys and Justine Skye and all these different artists, and I watched them, and I was on the side of the stage at their shows. I was the one backstage cheering them on, like, oh, that's gonna be me one day. But of course you get frustrated, like, when is it gonna be my turn? And of course I was working on my craft, and people would say things like, oh, she's gonna get shelved, she's never gonna make it, or she's never gonna put music out. And I think I just quieted all those voices, and I knew, what's for me is for me, and it's gonna happen when it's supposed to. And finally, as soon as I graduated high school, the following year in 2016, we all took a chance and decided it's time to release Volume 1 and finally really, be the artist that I'm meant to be. And the rest is history.
I feel like probably for a 14-year-old coming into the music industry, they might have wanted to push you in a certain direction, certain people, because it's got to be hard for them to even conceive of a 14-year-old who wants to play the guitar like Jimi Hendrix and have this old school soulful sound. Like, how do I market that? How do I sell it? Was there an effort by some people to kind of nudge you in a direction other than you found yourself?
I mean, everybody has their opinions. everybody has their thoughts and feelings on the artist I should be. Oh, you should do songs like this. You should do songs like this. And I've tried them all. I've done everything because I love all types of music, and I'm not afraid to, challenge myself. But when it was 2016, or 2015 really, and I was finally finding who I wanted to be as an artist, I realized I needed to make what was most authentic to me that fit into the world of what was going on in music at the same time. You never compromise yourself, but you learn. And I had to be a student of the game, a student of what was happening in music. And so I did that, and I listened to a lot of artists like Drake and Jhené Aiko and Bryson Tiller at the time, and so many different artists. And I really admired that sound, and I thought this might be the lane, this might be the sound that I would really like to make an introduction, into the world with, and that was how Volume 1 came to be.
So tell me about the name Her, because that's part of your evolution as well. Why you decided to go with that, and what the significance is to you?
With Her, it was like time in my life, of course, when you're in high school and you're changing and you're going through all these things and boys and all these things that are part of life, right? And I always watched like the women that I grew up around, and I always said, I'm not going to be like them. I'm not going to fall for the wrong guy. Like it was like a hopeless romantic way to think, or I'm not going to be that vulnerable, and I'm going to be like this type of woman, and whatever that means, when I was a teenager trying to be a perfectionist. And then I realized that it's inevitable to fall for the wrong guy, or to make mistakes, or to have feelings that are valid, because it's part of life. It's inevitable to go through changes as a woman and to be imperfect, and I decided, I really would like this music to reflect that period of time and all of those things, and that's why I decided to go by the name Her. And it was also a way to make people focus on the music, because sometimes we listen with our eyes and not our ears, and I really wanted the music to be the center of attention, not my look, or how old I am, or where I'm from, and all of those things, what I'm wearing, who I'm dating. I just didn't think any of those things matter. I always wanted to get back to the art and to the music, and that's why I decided to just have a silhouette as the cover and for it to be called Her.
And do you think that has worked for you in terms of people sort of just being like, man, she can play, she can sing, and that's all I need to know about her?
I think so. And I mean, I definitely think people, were like, wow, the music,
Yeah.
It's all about the music. And now I feel there's an organic, kind of reveal of me and who I am as a person, and, as an artist, and just a little bit more of the details, a little bit more of my face, here and there. But the music was the forefront, and I'm happy that that's the driving force here.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. The new cover, we finally get to see a little of your face on
A
the
little
cover.
bit, a little bit of my face.
And that's by design. Here's a little peek.
Yeah, it is. They say eyes are the window to the soul. My music is the window to my soul. But here's a little peek into my soul.
So what do you think, now that you give us a little peek, people should know about you that they don't know about you through all these years of listening to your music, as you open yourself up a little bit?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I think the major thing is, like, don't take yourself too seriously all the time. Really have to enjoy this. I find myself forgetting to just be in the moment, and I'm working on that. But I think people need to know that, I don't take myself too seriously. I take my art and my expression seriously, but I don't take myself too seriously.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
exactly.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I mentioned your Grammy this year, which you won for I Can't Breathe.
Yeah.
I was talking last week, we had Trevor Noah on the show, and we were talking about doing comedy in this year that didn't feel very funny and how you address everything that's happening in the country. So the song obviously addresses what's been happening in our country, not just for the last year, but for generations. Mm-hmm. What was it like to make music in this last year as you would watch the news or see something happening in the streets and want to have something to say about it?
Yeah, it was a tough year. I actually didn't create a lot in the first half of the year because it was just so like, I had my whole year planned. I was going to do a bunch of shows, and it all just came to a stop. And that's very scary. Like, okay, we have no idea what's going on. So, when the summer happened and the George Floyd protests were happening, of course, we were all affected by it. But it was just like this new awareness and like this, you could not escape it. You couldn't say, I'll read about that article later, or you could not avoid it. So seeing that, I ended up just calling Tiara Thomas, who I write with all the time, but we're friends. That's like my big sister. And we were just catching up. We started talking about, like, isn't this crazy? And she started talking about her pain. I started talking about my pain and just, just the fear that we both had. And suddenly we ended up writing a song. My guitar stays next to my bed in my mom's house. And I was at my mom's house during quarantine, and I picked up the guitar, and we just started asking those questions, like, to ourselves, like, how do we cope when we don't love each other? What is a gun to a man that surrenders? All these things that we really felt, and it kind of just happened organically, and I ended up recording it in my room. I was like engineering myself, and the dogs were barking. I had to wait for a second and then continue recording, and and I just felt like, wow, okay, this is something that I want to put out there because it reflected how we felt.
So the song of the year was recorded in a bedroom in your mom's house.
Yes, it was. Yep, absolutely.
That had to be incredibly gratifying, though, to hear your name called for, not just for that song, but for what it was speaking about, to be the song of the year at the Grammys.
You have no idea. So I didn't expect it to win. I really didn't. I was like, oh man, these are all amazing and incredible artists. I just wrote the song in my room. I didn't.
That's cool enough, and then you win an Oscar.
Yeah.
On top of it. I mean,
it's crazy.
What was that experience like?
I mean, the next day after winning Song of the Year, they were like, the Oscar nominations are going to come out. And I was like, okay, well, it's okay if I don't get nominated. I got Song of the Year. Like, it's all good. Got the nomination. And I'm like talking it down because I'm like, this is a huge deal, but I don't want to get, I don't want to get my hopes up or anything. And we go, and it's super chill, and my mom's there, and she's all like happy, just happy to be there. We're meeting Angela Bassett, and then, Zendaya calls my name, and, everything just stopped for a second. Everything just stopped. I was like, did this really just happen? Like, did I just win an Oscar? Am I an Oscar winner? And of course, I thought about, Prince winning his Oscar. I thought about just all of these things, the movie and the importance of that film that I was even winning for. I just felt like bigger than me, like, oh my gosh, I'm being recognized for this specific moment, this movie based on an important moment in Black history, which was even more rewarding, to be winning an Oscar for that. So there were all of these things going through my head, and I just couldn't even couldn't even fathom, what was going on.
I'm sure. So in the space of a couple of weeks, you got the G and the O and the EGOT. We just got to get to the outside now.
Get to the E
right?
and the T.
There's some talk that you might be doing some work on Broadway potentially, that you want to get into acting.
Absolutely.
Is that in your future?
Absolutely. I had a little part in the movie Yes Day with Jennifer Garner,
Yeah.
and I got to play myself, but I had some lines, and they were all like, "Wow, you're such a natural." And I've actually loved acting for so many years, but music has been the main focus. So I'll definitely be on the big screen soon. I'll make some time for it.
No reason you can't do both, right?
Exactly.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Exactly.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
I'm curious, everyone seems to have a moment in their career where they feel like everything changed. Do you have one? Some people point to Rihanna posting the video with your song on in the background.
That was a big moment.
Was it?
Yeah, that was definitely a big moment. It was like, oh my gosh, like people really listen to my music. But I think it's not so much, social media really. It is, but it's more so when I'm really with the people. When I was on stage opening up for Bryson Tiller in 2017 in Atlanta. This was my first show. Well, not my very first show, but my first show on a tour after I released my project. Everybody was singing the lyrics. And I was like, oh my gosh, these people know the lyrics to my songs? Like, we're all freaking out. Like, did you hear them? Like they were really singing along. And I knew at that point, that I was really getting a core following, like a group of people that really love my music. And then fast forward, I'm doing a festival in Las Vegas, and there's people with cowboy hats in the audience singing all the lyrics to my songs. And I'm like, okay, this is crazy. It's so much more than I thought. But it just shows you, music brings people together. And I didn't think I would have the ability to do that. But I see it and I feel it.
I thought the same thing watching you at the CMTs with
Yeah.
Stapleton. That's a country audience, and they were singing along, and you've got fans across the spectrum, and you've been smart. You've come up in this generation where, you don't have to focus on the radio as much, right? You can do streaming and social media. Does that make it easier for an artist to be able to just put your stuff out directly in some ways?
Definitely. When you use social media as a tool, I think it definitely makes it easier. Like I kind of built this thing. We built this like kind of like a rapper, where you put out a mixtape and you just grind. And it was a lot of, posting, and it was really word of mouth, and then really getting on the road and just touring. I toured for like 2 or 3 years, just on the road and doing my thing. So, I definitely think it makes it easier, and it's hard. There's so much out there, and you could get discouraged. But when you are totally your authentic self and you put yourself out there, anything is possible, And there's somebody out there that is looking for somebody like you to look up to, So you got to tell yourself that.
That's a great message, because I think a lot of people are trying to be something they think will be popular, and people will make people like them.
Yeah, no.
And you get lost doing that, don't you?
You get lost, and then you regret it, because you're like, why didn't I just stick to my guns? Why didn't I just be who I am? And that's part of life. We all have, a hard time being who we really are, and being afraid of standing out too much. But when you realize standing out is your superpower and that you're actually helping other people by standing out, helping them be comfortable in their own skin, by you being comfortable in your own skin, then you have impact.
I know you've got sound check in a few hours, basically, because you have to get up
Pretty
so
much.
early for the Today Show, so we'll let you go. But how much fun is it going to be, not just tomorrow morning, but this summer and into the fall, to get back on a stage and just hear those audience sing your songs back to you again?
I'm so excited. You have no idea. I'm like, let's get to it. Let's get on the stage. No, I'm really, really excited. It's been a long time, and we've lost a lot in the past year, and of course I've been blessed to still be able to do what I do, but there's nothing like being in front of a real audience and having that connection, so I can't wait.
Well, I'm so happy for your success. It's great to see somebody true and real and so talented succeeding the way you are.
Thank you so much.
Congrats, and we'll see you on TV at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You know, today all day when it comes to Italian food, does it get any better than a scrumptious, mouth-watering, perfectly layered lasagna? I don't know. But up next on Saucy, Anthony Contrino is sharing the secret to his signature lasagna bolognese. Hint, it's all about the sauce, not the cheese. Unlike myself, I'm all about the cheese.
No matter where you are in Italy, you're gonna find amazing food. But if I had to pick the one city that just kills it, it's Bologna. Bologna is located in Emilia-Romagna, the best food region in the world. Tortellini, mortadella, prosciutto di Parma, the best balsamic vinegars from Modena, all found in this little region in Italy. But if I had to choose one dish that just blows my mind when I'm there, it's lasagna. And it all starts with a delicious bolognese. First, I'm going to make my signature bolognese. We'll take that and transform it into the best lasagna you have ever had. Hopefully there'll be some leftovers, because I'd love to whip up my version of a sloppy joe, a sloppy bow. Don't get me wrong, I love a traditional Sunday sauce with meatballs, sausage, braciole, but it takes all day. It requires a million pots. You're frying, you're this, you're that. It's delicious, but nothing beats a good bolognese. All done in one pot, and once you get past the cutting of the vegetables, which is the most time-consuming part, the work's all done. First, I'm going to trim my carrots and dice them. This is one of the bases of our bolognese, and it's called the sofrito. In Italian cooking, the sofrito is carrots, celery, and red onion, and it's very similar to, like, say, a French mirepoix. When cutting something like a carrot, it rolls. So cut a little nib off the side, and now you have a stable carrot where you can cut your cross slices. No fingers in your bolognese, please. It's a little more than we need, but I would say more is better than less. Let's move on to our celery. Smells really good. I don't like raw celery, but there's something so delicious about cooked celery. See how easy it is to cut these into little sticks just because it's a straight rib. Do I attempt this all at once? Let's not do that to ourselves. You can see how much quicker the celery is. Last but not least, our onions. A lot of people ask me, how do you keep from crying when you are chopping onions? You don't. And honestly, red onions and shallots, for that matter, kill me. So fingers crossed that I don't look like an idiot in the next 3 minutes. With the Italian sofrito, it's a red onion. I like a red onion. I think it gives great flavor. but you can use a yellow or a white, just not as traditional. So far, so good in the tier department. Hopefully I didn't just jinx myself. Okay, we made quick work of those two. So that's our sofrito. And it's a little heavy-handed, but I am totally okay with that. I love a bolognese loaded with the vegetables. Now my nemesis, a head of garlic. I'm gonna try to do this in one shot today. So I'm using 4 cloves. I'm gonna find the 4 largest cloves at least. Love garlic. Must be packed with garlic flavor. So we'll just thinly slice these cloves of garlic. Set those aside. Last thing we need to do before we actually start cooking is to puree our tomatoes. You can do this in a food processor, you can do this in a blender, but it could be a little messy. So I'm using San Marzano, which are considered the best tomatoes in the world. It needs to be certified because people can just say, hey, these are San Marzano, and they're not. And they're whole peeled, which means the skins have been removed. Submerge it, because if you turn it on towards the top, you're going to be wearing it. Just wiggle it around. Make sure you get all of those tomatoes pureed. Slowly make your way towards the top, and you can see that really cool water feature, which means that this is pretty much completely pureed. And I did not make a mess. So 1 and 2. Spoke too soon. Okay, now that we have our mise en place all done, let's get cooking. You're gonna need a big ass pot for this bolognese. So a pot like this, or even a really nice big Dutch oven works great. Just something that's pretty heavy. We'll add a couple of tablespoons or so of really good extra virgin olive oil. And then we're gonna start building flavors. First, with some pancetta. I love buying it already cubed. It is a little bit difficult to cube because it's so fatty. If you're only able to find it in chunk form, throw it in the freezer for a few minutes. It'll make slicing it that much easier. All the fat from the pancetta is gonna render right into this sauce and just add so much depth of flavor. It's like Rice Krispies. Can you hear it popping? I wanna get this pancetta nice and crispy. If you don't cook it enough, it's gonna be chewy. We don't want chewy. So you can see how nice and crispy our pancetta is at this point. Now to add the next level of flavor to our bolognese, and that is our sofrito. At this point, I'm also gonna add a pinch of salt. We wanna season this in layers. We're gonna cook this for about 10 to 12 minutes. We really want the vegetables to soften and take on the slightest bit of color, which is really gonna bring out the natural sugars, but we don't wanna over caramelize it as well. This is looking great. Time to add our garlic. We'll let this cook for about a minute, minute and a half, just till it's nice and fragrant, which is almost always immediately. Okay, so we'll give this a second, and let's get our meat. I'm using meatloaf mix. Most supermarkets carry it, makes life pretty easy, but if you can't find it like that, you can just purchase all the components separately. So it's 1 pound of ground beef and a ½ pound each of ground pork and ground veal. So let's get all this meat into our pot. How attractive was that? Don't forget, season in layers. And now, start breaking it up. Be aggressive. This is one of those times where you want really delicate bits of meat, sort of like in a chili. We don't want big lumps here. Carpal tunnel is getting the best of me today, boys and girls. Okay. A good bolognese needs a good wine. I'm using a nice dry red wine for a bolognese. One of the best sounds in the world. 2/3 of a cup or so. Stir it in. Our meat, our vegetable is going to start absorbing it immediately. We'll just let this cook for a minute or two to reduce slightly. Once again, that aroma, magic. It's ready for our tomatoes. Get all of that tomato sauce out of the can. Stir that tomato sauce in. Isn't it beautiful already? You can see how liquidy it is right now, but we're gonna reduce most of that off. A couple of last ingredients to throw in there. Some rosemary. I like to cut myself a nice generous sprig. Same with oregano. These are kind of on the smaller side, so I'm gonna just grab a few sprigs. More flavor, more aroma, more deliciousness. And a bay leaf. Throw those in there, stir it in. I'm gonna bring this to a boil, then we'll reduce it to a simmer and let it cook for 2 hours.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our bolognese has been simmering for the last 2 hours, and you can see how much of that liquid has reduced. It's a thing of beauty. Just to add a little bit more flavor, I'm gonna add some nutmeg, about 1/4 teaspoon, freshly grated when possible. And our last ingredient, milk, 2/3 cup. It's also going to change the color of our bolognese, giving it this beautiful mauve? I don't know, is that the right color? It's gonna give us this gorgeous lightened red color. Look how beautiful. Mix it all together and then give it another 30 minutes simmering, stirring every now and then it is time to dig in. This bolognese is delicious on its own, and I honestly can sit here with a spoon and just eat it like that. If it was dinner time, I would cook some pappardelle and serve it with that, but because it's lunchtime, I'm going to make a sloppy bow. All you need is some really good bread. This is brioche roll. It's nice and soft, and I'm looking for something soft because I want all of the sauce to kind of soak into the bread and make it sloppy. Don't be cheap. How beautiful is that? Now, put the lid on, give it a little press. Don't worry about the mess. You can see how the sauce has already found its way into that bun. All that's left is to take a bite. I can eat this for lunch any day of the week. Looks like I have a lot of bolognese left in here. Plenty to make my signature lasagna.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Exactly.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Exactly.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
I know that lasagna may sound intimidating, but it really just comes down to great sauces. And we've already made our bolognese. All that's left is a bechamel. That's going to be our creamy component. It's velvety, silky smooth, and really makes the dish. Growing up, my mom would make a more Italian-American version with a ton of ricotta cheese, mozzarella cheese, sometimes crumbled meatballs or sauteed ground beef. And that's delicious, don't get me wrong, but I promise you're not gonna miss the cheese in this lasagna. So let's make our bechamel. First thing I'm gonna do is get the milk. 3 3/4 cups of milk, and I'm gonna throw it in the microwave. You can warm it on a stovetop. The reason we wanna warm it is if we add too cold a milk to the base of our bechamel, which is a roux, It's gonna seize and clump. We want a nice velvety sauce. Perfect, nice and warm like my heart. Next, I'm gonna measure out the flour. This is what's gonna thicken our bechamel, and I wanna have it ready so that my butter doesn't burn. This is one of those sauces that comes together very quickly, so don't walk away from it. 1 healthy portion of butter. Just a stick. Get that all nice and melty. Bechamel is the secret to many a good mac and cheese. It's also amazing on sandwiches, like a croque monsieur. I always feel like I say that wrong. But it is a very versatile sauce. Okay. Start off on medium-high heat. We don't want our butter to burn. Once it's melted, add all the flour at once and whisk to combine. From this point on, do not put down your whisk. Once it starts to foam like this, it's time to slowly add in our nice warm milk. If you add too much at once, it's going to seize. So be a little patient. It's already starting to look nice and velvety. Whisk really well. Get into the corners of the pot. You don't want to think that you're doing a good job and then comes to find out that the edges are all burnt. You have to be a little generous with the salt here. There's nothing giving it any seasoning. We don't want it to be bland. We want it to add more flavor to our lasagna. You can also increase the heat here. We do want to bring this to a boil. A boil is what's going to activate the starches in the flour and give it the proper thickness. Once it starts boiling, 2 minutes of whisking. That's all that's left. That will cook off the starch that's in the flour because you don't want to taste it. And that's all there is to the perfect bechamel. See how it coats my spatula? Perfect. Now for the fun part. We're going to build our lasagna. So here I have just a standard 9x13 casserole dish, and this is what we're gonna build our lasagna in. We have both of our sauces ready to go. The only 2 other ingredients that I need, some noodles and some pecorino. Do yourself a favor, save yourself the time. No boil noodles, my best friend. Building it is really easy and also really fun. So a ladle for my bechamel, a ladle for my bolognese. Start by taking about a cup of our bolognese and putting it on the bottom of our 9x13 casserole. This is just the starter layer. Push it all around evenly. The one thing with the no-boil noodles is it relies on the liquid found in the sauces to cook. So every inch, every millimeter needs to be covered. No naked spots of noodles. So just work that into the corners and along the bottom. Just like that. Doesn't the bolognese look so good? Now it's time for arts and crafts. We want to get as many noodles in this as possible by breaking them. Think of it like building a mosaic. So channel your inner elementary school self. I like to break off the corner piece just so it kind of nestles in and press it down. And then you just kind of start playing around, carefully breaking off pieces as needed to fit. And it doesn't need to be perfect, but we want to do the best job that we can. The bottom layer this is fine for. As we build our way up and the sides taper out more, we'll be able to fit more noodles in. Save all your scraps. You never know when you're gonna need them. Now we just start adding all of our layers. So more of our delicious bolognese, about 1.5 cups, which happens to be 3 ladlefuls. Here's one of those rosemary stems. Pull that out and then start spreading. Don't forget, cover as much of these noodles as possible. We are going to be adding some of the bechamel on top, so that will fill in any gaps. Work that all around. Our noodles are nice and covered. Time for our first batch of bechamel. About 2/3 cup. And give it a nice drizzle. If you haven't done so, now is a good time to preheat your oven to 375 degrees. A nice sprinkling of some pecorino right on top. Little extra flavor, little extra saltiness. And now, repeat. We did it. That takes care of our noodles. Just the last layer of sauces. Swirl that last top layer on. Just think it looks a little bit more fun since it's what you're going to see when you pull it out of the oven. And then just our last final bit of pecorino cheese. All that's left to do is bake this in a 375-degree oven, uncovered for 45 minutes. I can't wait to dig in.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Look at this. Oh, doesn't this look amazing? Cannot wait to dig into it. This should serve 8 people. This would be enough for me and my parents. You serve as many people as you want to serve with it. I like the crispy corner pieces, but I would probably make sure that everyone got a little bit if I was serving this at a party or something. Are you ready? I'm nervous. Wow. Not too shabby if I don't say so myself. Look at all of these layers. You can see that creamy bechamel on top, and it's loaded with that bolognese. Takes me straight back to Bologna. Okay, go home now. Mine.
Broadway has delighted audiences for generations, the heart and soul of New York City.
To have that taken away completely for 18 months was horrible.
Then, when the pandemic hit, the unthinkable. The applause silenced. The lights turned out.
You know, we've all been fighting to get back on stage.
Now the curtain rises once again.
Getting to stand on these stages in front of 1,000 or 2,000 people, and it's singular, right?
A celebration while also remembering those we lost.
We hold him very near and dear to the life of the show, and that will live in every production of Waitress.
The hottest shows, the biggest stars, and even some pop.
What's in the Welcome Back to Broadway pie?
Pfizer, a mask, and a little joy.
Join us for the return to Broadway.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Fryer. Broadway's return truly is a reflection of the times. For the audience, masks and vaccines are required, while kids under 12 need a negative COVID test. Important precautions for an industry that, according to the Broadway League, grossed $1.8 billion at the box office during its last full season. This season, Broadway lovers will have plenty of shows to choose from. In September alone, 15 productions plan to start performances again. One of those, Waitress, already opened, with the show's songwriter Sarah Bareilles back in the lead role. She gave us a tour of their new home, the Barrymore Theater.
Welcome back to Broadway Pie.
That's it right there, right?
Joe.
What's in the Welcome Back to Broadway pie?
Pfizer, a mask, and a little joy.
The changes on the set of Waitress are subtle.
The vinyl's a little more red. This is updated.
It's almost like a pink almost.
Yeah, there's we've made some changes.
But for the most part, this stage is as familiar and as comforting as a homemade pie.
How does it feel to be back on a Broadway stage?
I mean, it's been so many things. It's been so intense, deeply emotional, very surreal, completely exciting and joyful. And then I cannot get over how quickly it starts to feel just like, we're back.
I know it's cliche to say it's like riding a bike, but was it in some way like you just picked right up where you left off?
It's like riding a bike with a mask, being vaccinated. You know what I mean? It's just like that.
For you, was it a relief to know everyone has to be vaccinated?
Yes, 1,000%. To me, I just feel like this is a no-brainer. We're a progressive industry, and we have to like hold these high standards.
And Broadway really took a leadership role in
They really did. I'm very, very proud to be a part of that.
Why was it so important for you to come back to this role for this return to Broadway?
Well, anytime I get the opportunity to play in the world of Waitress, it's really hard for me to say no. It is the great love of my artistic life. It has changed everything about my life in every way, shape, and form. It's gonna be a sob fest for me. I'm like, good luck getting through the curtain rising. I'll be crying from moment one. I'm so happy to be here.
For those who haven't been here, they should understand it is a sensory experience, right?
It sure is, yeah. That's one of the great discoveries early on. We bake a pie. We bake an actual pie.
Like this one.
It's not this one, but this one looks really good. Let me tell you, props department. Come on, props.
Now you do have to sing while sifting flour, right? I mean, is that hard?
Yeah, there's a lot of, this is a props extravaganza at this show. This show is built on the coffee cupping and the menu folding.
There was that video that showed the first time you and the cast got together,
Yeah.
rehearsing for the first time. I mean, what was that moment like?
I was like, what do I say? When do I sing what? I was singing other people's lines. I'm like, oh, right, I don't do that.
You're like, I wrote this.
Yeah, I know, I should know this, shouldn't I? I mean, it was so much fun. To get to be in the room with some of my nearest and dearest is just, it felt like a miracle, you know, to have this opportunity. I think the theater district at large is just we're all so hungry to be back at work. I've been thinking a lot and talking a lot about the fact that we were sort of categorized as non-essential, which I understand in the context of when that happened, but when you think about the importance of the arts and what it does for people, for our humanity, collectively, it is completely essential.
For the Waitress family, the pandemic has been deeply personal. Actor Nick Cordero originated the role of Earl when the show debuted in 2016. Last year, he died after a lengthy battle with COVID.
Nick was a beloved company member, deeply kind, deeply talented, had a big life here. And I don't think any of us were prepared for the fact that he didn't survive. I think we were all like, this is gonna be a success story.
Now, as Broadway reopens, they're paying tribute. Look closely on the stage.
There's a tribute. This is a tribute to our dear Nick Cordero. Our first pie on the board is a big old slice of Live Your Life pie. And that is a song he wrote, and so he lives inside our little show forever and ever.
What do you think people have learned, especially in the Broadway community, over the last 18 months of just being really robbed of this? Is there a takeaway, something we should learn from it?
It's a miracle to get to make art with each other. And so to be without it for such a long time, I think everybody really was reminded of why we're here in the first place. You know, people really struggled. Some people had to leave the business completely. They couldn't make it work. It's a desperate time. So we get excited to be able to share these little pockets of hope, like, we're coming back. This is what it feels like. You know, it sparks the idea that it's possible.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
On the same night Waitress opened, just one block away, another hit musical made its return. Hadestown, which won the Tony for Best Musical in 2019. I sat down with one of the show's stars, two-time Tony nominee Eva Noblezada. How does it feel to be back?
Terrifyingly tired and tremendously terrific.
Mostly good stuff, right?
Oh, very good. Very good.
How much did you miss it?
Having a job? I missed it a lot. A lot of performers have been performing for years, like decades, and a long, long time. So to have that taken away completely for 18 months was horrible.
What went through your mind when you would see just Broadway quiet, the marquees dark?
Did you get a chance to see that?
Yeah.
It was weird, because we walked through Times Square one day and we were like, what the heck is going on? It was very strange. It was something that we were trying to stay calm because we needed to be safe. And at the same time, I kept saying, I refuse to accept this as the new normal. I refuse. This cannot be how we're supposed to continue living our life.
So what got you through?
Oh God, hope and a full glass of gin. A lot of faith. Memories, I know that's cheesy, but the remembrance of how fulfilling theater is and being surrounded by theaters, I went, I must be here for a reason.
So when you found out Broadway was coming back, what was the first thing you thought?
I said, my bank account is thirsty, girl. I was, of course, just thrilled because that meant that not only me, but the people I cared about that are also integral parts of putting on a show would have a job again.
I hear the walls repeating, falling on my feet.
She spent the lockdown with Reeve Carney, a co-star on stage and partner off stage.
So you spent a lot of time together at work, then you spent a lot of time together at home during the pandemic.
It's great.
How was that for you both, being together all the time during that?
Honestly, we had the best time.
And now you're both together and returning to the show together.
Yeah.
How's that?
I love how shocked you are. Yeah. No, it's great. It's work.
It's not just Reeve, so much of the cast is back. What does that mean to you?
It's family. It's like a family reunion, except we get paid to make jokes and have fun and tell this incredible story of Anais Mitchell's prophetic poetry.
The first rehearsal, what was that like?
We had a nice few hours of actually sitting with each other, telling each other a grief and a joy, just the cast. So that was a good way to not only catch us up on what each of us were feeling, but it was almost like a collective breath of like, let's ride this pony all the way home.
I have to imagine the first time you sing together again too, that must have been an experience.
Yeah, we actually did a sing through that day. And I was like, you're kidding, right? I don't know this show like I don't know algebra. I was like, this is crazy. But then once you start, you're like, oh, it's in my body already.
Shake, 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 shake. The fact that Broadway is returning, this is a musical about renewal. Does that seem
Absolutely, it is hand in hand. The movements that we've seen and the things that we've seen on TV, even if they've been horrible to witness, we've all learned something as individuals. We've all grown, we've all changed, we've all matured as individuals. So the show is about using those lessons into making something good, seeing how the world could be.
What do you think it's going to be like when you're standing on that stage and you look and there's an audience out there? Maybe wearing masks, but there's an audience.
It's going to be wonderful because we know how excited the audience is. I hope they know how excited we are too, because it's just going to be actually crazy, I think. Chaotic in the best way.
Still to come on the return to Broadway, 7 plays this season were written by Black playwrights. We'll take a closer look at that. Plus, we'll be joined by Broadway legend Brian Stokes Mitchell. Stay with us.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
A couple Broadway shows actually hit the stage before September, and one of them, the play Passover, is ushering in what many hope is a new era for Broadway. NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist shows us how.
Antoinette Shenoy Nwandu is the writer behind one of 7 plays premiering on Broadway this season, and all 7 of those new plays are written by Black playwrights.
I really take that seriously because the moment is so historic and because the moment is so precious, because I really want you to experience what it feels like to be in a theater again and what it feels like to tell a story that helps you remember, oh wait, the United States of America as an idea is a pretty cool idea.
After protests swept the country last year in the wake of George Floyd's murder, many in the theater community wanted to use their voice for change. Cody Renard Richard is Passover's stage manager.
We're living in a time where people are being very aware of their actions and being very aware of what they produce and what we see. So I do think this season is a direct result of all the things that we spoke about and fought for.
Passover is the story of 2 young Black men, friends, who over the course of 2 evenings have 2 different encounters with 2 different white men. Nwandu actually rewrote the play's ending following George Floyd's death. In the new version, the character Moses, played by John Michael Hall, is no longer killed on stage by a white man.
We've seen Black people killed on camera a lot, and I don't think she wanted to put that trauma out there for Black audience members. Again, she wanted to find a more hopeful, yet something that warns us as a country to continue to self-investigate and try to be better.
Also in this historic season is the comedy Chicken and Biscuits, which opens on September 23rd. It's the Broadway playwriting debut of Douglas Lyons, who hopes to use the power of laughter to connect with his audiences.
Chicken and Biscuits is a classic comedy, and it's a Black family, but you will enjoy yourself. It is human, it's universal, and I think if we stop focusing so much on only what we see and the heartbeats of the characters, we can all feel what we need to feel from a story.
And just as Nwandu transformed the end of Passover to reflect current events, these artists are hopeful that the theater industry is also creating a new story for its next act.
I think we should take this moment that we have and make it as great as we can, but we won't know for a little while if theater is really making the change it says it wants to make.
And there are others who are trying to make that change. There's a coalition of theater owners, producers, and other Broadway power brokers who recently signed a pact. It's called the New Deal for Broadway. And the goal here really is to push for more diversity and more inclusion. There'll be things that are part of this deal like no more all-white creative teams. There's going to be an effort to rename theaters for Black artists. And Joe, I think what some of us will see maybe perhaps in a larger audience, the Tony Awards. There's an effort with the Tonys to try to create more rules for diversity in that production.
This is something a lot of folks in Broadway are talking about, so thank you, Aaron. And we do want to keep the conversation going right now. As you just heard, all 7 new plays this season are written by Black playwrights, but that hasn't always been the case. Just a few years ago, in the 2018-2019 season, 89% of show writers and over 93% of directors were white. Joining me now to discuss this and more changes coming to Broadway is Felicia Fitzpatrick. She's a theater writer and content creator, and Tony Award winner and Broadway legend Brian Stokes-Mitchell. He's the chairman of the Actors Fund. Thank you both for joining us. Brian, I want to start with you. We just mentioned this new deal for Broadway. It was developed by Black Theater United and includes steps to make Broadway more inclusive. What's the most important part of this diversity pledge?
Well, I think the most important part is having equality. Basically, what we were focused on is having the leaders of our theatrical industry commit to a set of reforms on topics of equity and diversity and inclusion and accessibility and belonging across all aspects of our industry. And we did that by convening a summit 6 months ago with leading figures in the industry from 5 major categories. There were theater owners, producers, unions, and what we call creatives, which include directors, choreographers, designers, casting directors, composers, and playwrights. So everybody has started the work now and signing on to this document, which has been fantastic. As Daniel J. Watts, actor from Tina, so eloquently put it, he said, Broadway can't come back. It has to come forward. And this document will help do that.
That's a good way to put that. I mean, Felicia, how important are these efforts? Do you think Broadway will sustain this kind of diversity going forward?
I mean, I certainly hope we continue the momentum. And I think it's so important that it's not just representation on stage, right? The inclusion and the equity need to be throughout the whole ecosystem of theater. And it has to be intentional and it has to be consistent. Because I know I've heard from so many Black theater makers talk about it on a podcast I host called Call and Response, which is about the intersection of Blackness and performing arts. And I've experienced it myself where you're one of 2 Black people in the room and you see each other and you give each other like the look. And it needs to be more than that. We need to have Black wig designers. We need to have Black company managers, producers, journalists, social media managers, right? So everyone can feel safe and comfortable in these spaces. And I think what's so effective about the New Deal is that it brings more than conversations. It's like tangible action steps, and it can establish, industry-wide standards.
I want to shift now to COVID. Brian, you're a Broadway legend. You're also the chairman of the Actors Fund. Since the pandemic began, the organization has distributed more than $21 million in emergency assistance to people in the industry. Help us understand just how challenging have these last 18 months been for Broadway actors and others who work on Broadway.
Oh, this has been a time like no other. I'm right now serving my final year. I think I'm 16 years now as the board chair, and I don't think we've ever in my memory, and probably in the history of the fund, nearly 140 years, had a year like we just had. It's been especially challenging because when people think of show business, people in show business, they think of big actors like Denzel Washington or Tom Hanks or Angelina Jolie or other performers who make large paychecks. But that's not most people in our industry. Most people are gig workers that are going from job to job. And the Actors Fund, of course, serves all working professionals in entertainment and the performing arts. You talked about our emergency assistance fund. Normally, we've given actually out, I think, more than $23 million to more than 16,000 people. In a normal year, that would be about $2 million to 1,500 people. But we have a whole lot of other programs as well. We have health insurance counseling that it's enabled people to ensure secure insurance, which has been a challenge, and sustain good health. We have a Friedman Health Care Center as well in Times Square. So it's got a long tail, this pandemic, and we're going to stay in it for the long run.
So much help is needed. You know, Felicia, as we've mentioned throughout this special, audience members are going to have to be fully vaccinated and masked to get into the theater. I mean, from what you can tell, how are fans feeling about that? Are they excited to get back? Are they a little nervous?
I mean, I have already seen waves of the classic, taking a photo of the playbill and posting it on your Instagram while you're about to see a show. I've seen it on Twitter, Instagram, all the social media. So I think fans are definitely excited to get back into those theaters. And, if they're going to the theaters, they know the mandates in place and they're going to be willing to follow those protocols because they want to do whatever it takes to keep the performers, their fellow audience members, and other theater employees safe because they know it's not just entertainment. These are people's livelihoods, right? And I think the other thing I've been seeing too, honestly, on social media is that theater fans are not just in New York City, they're across the country. So they want to make sure that we're still going to have those streaming options that have kind of popped up in the last 18 months so they can still engage with it no matter where they live.
Very quickly, Brian, what are you looking forward to most now that Broadway's coming back?
You know what? If I can, I want to be at every opening night. That's what I'm looking forward to, is sharing armrests with strangers without fear and getting back to it and cheering and crying together and laughing together and celebrating Broadway and the arts together.
Sounds great. Felicia, Brian, thank you both so very, very much for joining us. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, the Tony Awards are just around the corner. We're going to chat with Moulin Rouge star Aaron Tveit, the only nominee in his category, but that doesn't guarantee victory. We're going to explain next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know, the biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Tony Awards will finally take place September 26. 2 nights before that, Moulin Rouge the Musical opens. The show scored 14 Tony nominations, and its star, Aaron Tveit, is the only nominee for lead actor in a musical. I chatted with him about that and the show's return.
It feels very fresh. It feels like we're putting on kind of the Broadway 2.0 production of Moulin Rouge.
I mean, do you see this show in sort of a different light after everything we've gone through?
Yeah, that's really interesting because this show at its core is about a group of artists kind of fighting for the opportunity to practice their art and share their art. We've all been fighting to get back on stage and to get back to work, so that has a very new thing. And also, we have a woman struggling with consumption on stage and coughing, while her health is failing. So I think that might take a new meaning to our audience, kind of sitting and watching what that means to watch someone going through that.
When this all shut down in 2020, no one really knew what was going on, but you were among the first to actually find out you had COVID.
Yes. I like to think that ignorance was bliss a little bit. I think if I knew what I knew now about COVID, I would have been much more scared and worried. I was super lucky that I had I think a mild case, even as it goes.
You've been able to do some TV shows, but can anything really compete with a Broadway stage?
No, it's television's great and movies are great, but getting to stand on these stages in front of 1,000 or 2,000 people and it's so hard, you know what I mean? It's so hard to do it every night, but the response and it's singular, right? What happens one night is different from the next night, and you're sharing that with all those people, and to hear that group of people laugh or cry or celebrate, or it's like I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. Yeah, it's just it's like nothing else. So it's something you chase when you don't have it.
A couple nights after you open, the Tony Awards are finally happening.
Yes, it's all happening at the same time, yes.
You guys are up for 14 awards.
Yes.
You're up for lead actor. You're the only one nominated.
I am.
That's an interesting situation, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's a very unique situation, but I've just tried to think of it as what it is, and it's so meaningful to me, and this is the first time I've been nominated in my career, and I'm just so grateful for the recognition and that our show has gotten so much notice.
I mean, the Tonys usually give Broadway a pretty big boost, don't they?
Yeah.
And you probably never needed that more than ever, right?
Totally. I think, the Tonys hopefully are the best commercial for Broadway ever, and I think this year more than ever we need that. So I hope that they're just a wonderful celebration and can welcome everyone back to the theater.
I have to ask, with your category, which some people don't know, you have to get 60% of the vote. Does that mean there's still a part of you that's a little nervous?
No, of course. Everyone's been wonderfully gracious in saying early congratulations, and I truly appreciate it. But again, it's like, yes, there's been a vote, and I have to get 60%. But I've also said that's only a D, right? I basically only need a D, so hopefully that works out. But no, it's wonderful.
You'll have that speech ready.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello and welcome to Consumer Confidential on Today All Day. I'm NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen. This week, we are sharing insights about the COVID-19 pandemic. We talked to 4 vaccinated people about their breakthrough infections and why they're encouraging others to get vaccinated. Plus, effective ways to stop the spread, including tips on the right way to wear a mask and more details about COVID-19 antibodies. All of that and more coming up on Today All Day.
In the headlines,
COVID breakthrough infections.
From athletes,
an outbreak in the New York Yankees clubhouse,
to politicians, to everyday Americans.
And when I tested positive, I was like, what is going on?
So what is breakthrough COVID? It's when a person tests positive at least 2 weeks after being fully vaccinated, sometimes without any symptoms, other times feeling classic COVID symptoms, loss of smell and taste, fever, aches, and cough. An NBC News analysis found health departments in 42 states have recorded a total of at least 248,000 breakthrough cases. While the CDC does not track those infections, they do